Well, a good day to you all. Welcome to the second day of our conference, which is being organised by the Council of International Relations. And we'd like to thank them, Mr. Platias, and your entire team, because you are responsible for everything that's happening yesterday and today. You created the programme. We'd like to thank VIMA and Alter Ego that helps us a lot and that are moderating the discussions. Yesterday was a very interesting day. That's my personal view. I think that there were two very interesting discussions, and Thanasis Platias is going to talk to us also. But I think the Ministers of Foreign Affairs discussion was very interesting. And I think in the afternoon, Thanasis, when they broached the issue of economic relations, that was very interesting indeed. Now, we're going to finish about 7 o'clock. We have very important people present, and the Prime Minister is going to close. Before, we also have the Head of the Opposition, we have the Minister of Defence. Mr. Cyprus is going to speak. So this is a very full programme. Thank you so much for being here with us today. And I'm going to hand over to Mr. Platias to comment on the content yesterday and today. And a round of applause, please, in order to warm the ambience a bit. Thank you, Simeon. This is a joint effort of the Council, Delphi Forum, with its amazing team, which has in fact taken on the organizational aspect. We have been working for 6 months in order to stage this conference, and of course VIMA, the newspaper, which has put together an amazing team of journalists in order to moderate the panels. I think yesterday exceeded all expectations. We had the President of the Republic, the former President of the Republic, Mr. Pavlopoulos, 2 Prime Ministers, Mr. Papandreou and Mr. Samaras, 8 ministers, 3 commissioners, and the Chief of Staff until a few months ago. What was very interesting is that all key parameters of the Greek foreign policy was in fact showcased, and this is going to continue today. An amazing analysis of the environment, the threats and opportunities that exist in Greece, as well as the position of Greece in the international system. An alliance with the oceanic powers, our position in NATO and EU, which sets the key parameters of Greek foreign policy. Besides the analysis of the international scene and system, I think we saw clearly what were the aims of the Greek foreign policy. Each state attends to its survival and its territorial integrity. And we see from national sovereignty, which also has a question mark, the last 2, that is with Turkey. And we also put how we increase the special role of Greece in its region, as well as in the EU and internationally. Having covered the international system and the aims of Greek foreign policy, we entered in quite a bit of detail in the means of going about Greek foreign policy. We discussed the issue of alliances, how we can reinforce our defence and ensure deterrence, and the economic factor was really talked about and given emphasis on. One of the key issues of Greek foreign policy and its failures is the economic crisis, which reduced the economic power by 30% about. So this, of course, influenced both its defence, its preparation there, and the means and tools that it had in economic diplomacy. And not only. Finally, we talked about the image of Greece, within and without Greece, and how the internal developments affect the domestic policy. So I'm very much impressed by the maturity of Greek political leadership and how it handles things, because we heard yesterday those who designed and implemented. We're going to hear partly from them and partly from university professors and lecturers, and they're going to talk about how they're going to see how this was in fact handled. So we heard about missed opportunities yesterday, whether these exist, and we saw which were the opportunities. And I think the first panel is about missed opportunities, and we're going to end with a very important presentation of the Prime Minister, because he's going to look to the future. That was completely different compared to the previous speakers, and he's going to talk about the next 50 years. In closing, I feel obliged not only to thank the sponsors who helped in order to have a very good conference, the E and Libra Group. Thank you so much to the sponsors. I'd like now to invite the next panel.
Καλημέρα σας. Θα αρχίσουμε τώρα μια...
So, we will now start a discussion on the Cyprus issue, although this was also discussed in other panels. This time, we will be looking at the lost opportunities on this issue, starting from 1974 or even 1960 to 2024. We have with us Professor Christos Rozakis, Mr. Syrigos, also a professor, and the ambassador of the Republic of Cyprus, Mr. Stavros Avgoustidis. Starting from you, Ambassador, have there been lost opportunities, wasted opportunities for Cyprus in your view? Thank you very much for inviting me to join you on this panel. It is a great pleasure for any ambassador of Cyprus, especially for me, to be here today. Your question is easy and different to be answered. We diplomats do not concern ourselves with lost opportunity. We build the future. We try to create situations. We learn about the errors, the mistakes of the past, but we're looking forward. Yes, but there have been many opportunities, some of which we could have grabbed, such as we did, like the accession of Cyprus to the EU, and others we lost. Yes, there have been some points in history, especially before 1974. Post-1974, things have changed. We were negotiating in different circumstances. We were under occupation, and the facts of the invasion have created a different situation. If you are talking about a lost opportunity, meaning the Annan Plan, as many people do, I would like to say that we had the will. We listened to the will of the Greek Cypriots who decided with a big difference, and there were questions as to whether this plan could be workable. But we should not delve in the past, but we should be looking to the future. I think this is what President Christodoulidis and the government are doing. We aim to restart negotiations with a sustainable solution. Mr. Syrigos, what's the development of the Cyprus issue in relation to Greek-Turkish relations? Has Cyprus affected this, or have these affected the Cyprus? I will start by thanking the newspaper TO VIMA, the Delphi Economic Forum, and mostly Mr. Platias. The Cyprus issue is the center, is the cradle of the Greek-Turkish issues. And recently we have gone back to this cradle and moved to the Eastern Mediterranean area. We have moved away a bit from the Aegean. The Turks have opened the issue of the Aegean in order to create a second front in Greece. Before 1974, we were committed to the Cyprus issue. Post-74, we started to work on the Aegean. In actual practice, the cradle of the program, the origin of the problem, is the Cyprus issue. Has the strategy of Cyprus, or rather of Athens and Nicosia, changed vis-à-vis the Cyprus issue? Post-74, our objective was to denounce the illegal invasion and occupation. Then the strategy changed, aiming at bringing Cyprus to the European Union. And then we changed our policies again, working more at the level of the UN. And recently, NATO has become part of this effort. When Turkey invaded, chaos was created. And for a while after that, there was no strategy on Cyprus. And then some theory started, which is our objective, the return of refugees to the occupied territories. But the conditions of the return was not very clear. And then two policies followed. That is the time before the Annan Plan. Two contradictory policies. One was the internationalization of the Cyprus issue, and the second one was bicommunal talks. So the talks mean that you limit the difference in the difference between the two communities, as if it is one of the two communities that is occupying the island. The two communities were having talks in order to find a modus vivendi. But as we saw in Grand Montana and elsewhere, Turkey intervened because Turkey is occupying the island. Up until 1999, that was the policy, internationalization and bicommunal talk. Post that, we moved in the framework of the Annan Plan. Well, how about lost opportunities? I agree with the ambassador. We can talk about lost opportunities in the period before 1974. The Annan Plan was not a lost opportunity, and this is clearly shown by what is happening now in Syria. Had we had the Annan Plan prevailing, for Cyprus to be functioning as a sovereign state, we would need the agreement of both communities, and nothing would be able to function without them. So this means that Cyprus was dependent on the intentions of Turkish foreign policy. Imagine this while everything is happening now. Mr. Papadopoulos said, I was given a state. I do not want to leave something that is not a state behind. No, what I'm saying is that there would be, I'm not talking about the functioning of the state, but its foreign policy would become an annex of the Turkish policy. And now, if we had the Annan Plan, Cyprus would not be able to have a view, and that would be the best case scenario, or it would have been part of the Turkish foreign policy. Minister, do you believe that Cyprus decides and Greece supports has it been a successful policy all these years? According to the statements of different series of prime ministers, this was so. But statements is one thing, and the reality is quite another. There has always been an agreement, but there were periods of differing views among the two countries, Greece and Cyprus. I believe that during the period 1999-2004, which is the period regarding the preparation and the intense consultations about the Annan Plan, there was Klididis was talking with Simitis, and then this ceased because the Athens had a different point of view regarding the Annan Plan, and Cyprus followed a different path. You mean under the Karamanlis government? Yes, under the Karamanlis government. They had a different view. They did not agree with Cyprus, with the government in Cyprus. No. I'm talking about the period 1999 to 2004. There was an agreement between Simitis and agreement. After that, Greece was not so much interested on the Cyprus issue for a number of years. I would say that there was an agreement during that period and a difference during post that and previously. Yes, I agree. So did we shelve the Cyprus issue? Exactly. Ambassador, what is your view? Well, in my view, we cannot achieve continuity without being certain of what we have now. There is no Greek government or Cyprus government that can move away from each other. Greece from Cyprus or Cyprus from Greece. So all these theories about agreement and disagreement, no. When we agreed on the, when we were discussing the agreements, there was, we had the shared views. We can only feel gratitude to Greece for everything that we have achieved during that period, our accession to the EU, but also the way towards a resolution of the Cyprus issue. This last effort is very important, and we need to look at the positive side and not at the downside. Finally, something is moving after many years. You are talking about a dinner in New York. Yes, and not only the dinner. Was there a follow-up? Well, Mr. Orgin was appointed by the Secretary General, a Secretary General who, in a period fraught with world crisis, is working on the Cyprus issue and is ready to help the resumption of the talks. After the dinner, what happened? We expect a meeting of the leaders in Cyprus as far as opening the roadblocks are concerned. And in the States, things are not very clear as regards the schedule, but we see that the geopolitical environment is changing on a daily basis. Everything depends on what is happening geopolitically. Cyprus is at the very center of attention, and that is why President Christodoulidis has been working on upgrading our geopolitical influence. We have upgraded our relations with the US, UK. A few days ago, the Prime Minister of the UK visited Cyprus after 53 years. How are you understanding the developments in Syria, about which there is great uncertainty, especially in Cyprus, which is closer, and in relation to Greek-Turkish relations? Let me clarify something. As things stand now, we see that chaos is probably going to prevail in Syria, with some jihadists prevailing. What happened? What do you think will happen? When Saddam fell in Iraq, there was chaos. When Gaddafi fell in Libya, there was chaos, plus some effects from Afghanistan, because these people are Taliban. Jolani has spent 11 years in American prison in Iran. He's not the best guy you want to go around with. No. The big problem for Cyprus will be the refugee issue, and the second most important one will be the effort to implement the blue homeland in a way that is similar with the Turkish-Libya memorandum. What does blue homeland foresee for Cyprus? Cyprus is an island without an EZ and continental shelf. Therefore, there are limited rights. So the Turkey will try to sign an agreement with Syria whereby an area between Cyprus and Syria will be covered by a Turkish area. I will agree with the ambassador as regards what was the worst thing we did all these years, and we couldn't do it. The Cyprus issue was presented to the UN by each president, and they would say, "Oh yes, this is misfortune," but that was the reaction. But recently, Cyprus is being discussed irrespective of the Turkish invasion. It is discussed on the basis of its role in the wider area. And this changes the whole framework in which the issue will be resolved. So Cyprus may be looked at independently of the Turkish designs. So, but this is the Middle East issue. Yes, that is how its role for stability and security has emerged. Plus, all the proposals that were made rely on the fact that Turkey dominates the Eastern Mediterranean. They have the upper hand, and the Annan Plan was a light version of that. But what is happening is based on this rationale because the stronger partner in Cyprus is Turkey. But now we are looking for the big hydrocarbon deposit, and this will make Cyprus give the Cyprus something independent of the Turkish occupation. What do you think about the Greek forces, the Greek politicians regarding? Let me interrupt. Do Greek political parties have a view on the Cyprus issue? Not necessarily. Not necessarily. And because of that, they do not disagree. There is no disagreement. Well, there were some disagreements around the Annan Plan. Yes, that is true. Let me focus a bit on the Annan Plan. At this point in time, whether we like it or not, the Cyprus issue is faced with an impasse. It is difficult for the Turkish side to discuss the Turkish issue again. There is an obvious effort to create two states. We have the two communities, which would be equally powerful on the island. The Turkish minority was never seen as a minority, neither during Zurich and London or later. So the effort to have the two communities collaborate towards the creation of an independent state was only possible through such a plan. This is not in favor of the Greek interests. I can agree with that. But today, had the Annan Plan been agreed, the Turkish forces would have left. So you're saying that really, do you really believe that the Annan Plan would have led to the departing of the Turkish forces? Turkey has gone through many wars, has many coups, and not one soldier has been removed. But they could have done differently. They would have violated the agreement. Are you sure they wouldn't have done that? No, I don't believe it. I believe that the forces would have left before the deadline. And then the two communities would have made the effort to coexist. And that would have been to the benefit, to the advantage of the Greek side, because the Greek community is more advanced. socially and financially. Do you believe that all the developments regarding the upgrading of the Cyprus positions regarding safety, security, defense agreements, do you believe that the threat, there is no further threat regarding the two-state solution? The de jure threat depends on us. We are now have a de facto occupation, meaning the country is divided. We need to look to the future with optimism. If not, we cannot exist. The Cyprus issue is an existential issue. It is a matter that relates to the survival of the Cypriot people, of the people of Cyprus. We need to work so that in a way that will allow the president to sit around the table, negotiating table, having with us the UN Security Council resolutions, and it is on this basis that we will be able to negotiate. Let me understand. Let us look at the situation post-1974. This situation on the ground is very different. Yeah, why starting from 74? Listen, in 63, Greek Cypriots had the upper hand. Ever since 74, Turks from Turkey had the upper hand. Ever since. What is the negotiation and the conditions of the negotiation post-74? The Republic of Cyprus holds the seal. The Turks hold the territory. The negotiation is recognize me and I will give you territories. This is what is the bargain, the bargaining chip. So you mean free trade, etc.? No. The solution that is sought is you will give me some territories so that the two communities can coexist. When we're talking about a solution to the Cyprus issue, this is what we have in mind. The Annan Plan returned territories and was trying to create a system for the two communities to coexist with problems in its operation that we'll be looking at. But this should not be seen separately from the accession of Cyprus. They were walking hand in hand, and there was it had a meaning. The plan, as Mr. Rosakis also said, was not so much in favor of Greek interests. For me, the main problem of this plan was that the territories that the Greek side would get would not be transferred immediately, but within a period of 3.5 years post that, and 6 months before that period, there would be an agreement. Yes, and how about the occupation army? That would leave after some time. If the Greek side had been given the territories and then if subsequently there would be a failure, at least we would have the territories. But thousands of problems would emerge in the everyday operation that would lead the Turks to say at the end of the day, no, this is not working, we're not giving back the territories. And then the things would have changed. The seal would not be in the hands of the Republic. So you would have given your negotiating advantage to the other side without having received a benefit.
Well, have there been missed opportunities for the return of Famagusta? No, I don't think so. What about you, Ambassador? Again, I don't believe in missed opportunities after 74. We are negotiating from a different position. I believe that we are trying to establish conditions so that we can take advantage of the opportunities that will arise under the best conditions. What about Mr. Sirigos? Do you think we could take back Famagusta with a compromise? No. Famagusta is part of the final solution. When the entire issue started in 74 with Famagusta, it appeared as if it could be a first step of confidence-building measures. It's part of the final solution, indeed. If you permit me, on the basis of the data that we have, what is on the table as we speak, as things have evolved these years? One is the non-solution as a solution. In my view, this would be the perpetuation of the existing situation, and I think this is the most likely prospect in the next few years. And that is what Turkey espouses, that non-solution is a solution. Turkey also wants the recognition of the occupied territories, but it believes that through the non-solution, slowly but surely, we're going to go to a gradual legalization of the pseudo-state. That is the objective. Here, the critical point is that as this is the most likely prospect, it must be accompanied by a national strategy which will address the problems that arise, and it will be something that will be evolving over time. And there's also the creation of two states, which is what Turkey wants. So that means that we accept things as they were established in 1974, and the creation of two states, or equal sovereignty, which means two states. So this means the final partition of the two communities that would follow their own course, each and every one. That is not a bad thing. In the whole world, what happens is that the wealthy part of a country wants to leave the poorer part. So the rich Flemish want to leave the poor people who will live in Wallonia. So what about the Ministry of Foreign Affairs position? Is that what is the official position of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is? No, it's not my position, not that of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I'm just talking about a situation. We see that the young children of Cyprus did not want to coexist with the Turkish Cypriots. So is this something that could go ahead? So we have heard the position that they should give those territories that Cyprus or the Greek Cypriot side would have with the Annan plan, and then we should have the Turkish Cypriots acceding to the EU as two parallel states in order to avoid the predominance of Turkey in the northern part, which is the problem. I'd like to take us to a different point. What about the relations of Cyprus as things stand and the prospects that are emerging with the Greek-Turkish relations? Do you think there's going to be any development in the Greek-Turkish relations when we say that we only have one outstanding difference with Turkey? I think that the issue of combining Cyprus with the Greek-Turkish relations is, in fact, something completely different. So, as we speak, the Greek side is trying to resolve the purely Greek-Turkish relations with a negotiation. This, in fact, overturns the steadfast perception that we had in the past, that we have to resolve first the Cypriot issue and then the Greek-Turkish relations. And it creates a different equilibrium, which is based on the rationale that if we resolve the Greek-Turkish relations, we might find ourselves in Greece in a better position towards Turkey and can help to resolve the Cyprus issue. What about you, Ambassador? What do you think? The relations improving between Greece and Turkey will improve the positions in terms of Cyprus. A bad solution in Cyprus could have an adverse impact on Greek-Turkish relations. But if I understood correctly, we have to first solve the Cyprus issue and then the Greece-Turkey issues, or the reverse. I think we can actually start from the Greek-Turkish relations, but if we don't resolve the Cyprus issue, it will remain a very big thorn in our side. And a bad solution in Cyprus will, in fact, create adverse relations between Greece and Turkey. Ambassador, I agree with the observation that there needs to be a good solution for the Cyprus issue. In Cyprus, we have to wake up every morning, we have to look ourselves in the mirror and to make this work. We are the ones who are there and who must make it work. Thus, this solution, when it's unfair, cannot be sustainable or functional. So that must be our objective, to make certain that the key points of concern, security and guarantees, should ensure that be resolved. So this is not easy. It's very difficult. If it had been easy, we would have resolved it. But we have to work in that direction. What can we expect from now on in the Turkish policy? Supposedly we have calm waters in Greek-Turkish relations. You're looking at me? Yes. I believe that the view of Erdogan for the two states is a negotiating position and an independent position per se. If Cyprus, towards this position, in fact, talks about true political equality between the two communities with the alternation of presidents, perhaps Erdogan will back down. Perhaps not easily, but when you're talking alternating presidents in Cyprus, yes. As in 1960, yes, indeed. There it was president, vice president. So I'm talking about the alternating presidents in function of the populations and the possibilities. If there's such a proposal on behalf of Cyprus, perhaps this extreme scenario might be withdrawn from the table. The extreme scenario of the two states, that is. But there will be a confusion. Who has veto? No, there won't be veto. How will it operate? How will it work? So there will be an alternating presidency without veto. What about the president? They will have competence without veto. They will have competences. Is that possible? Theoretically, everything can be done, but completely theoretically. There is one thing that has arisen in the last few years in which we must take into account. The Aegean is, in fact, a sea that allows you to see your neighbour. So when you actually come out of the Aegean, you don't only see, say, Turkey, you see all the states of the neighbourhood. After 2010, when Israel started its rapprochement towards Greece, it wasn't us that did it, it was Israel that took the first step, and we responded, and that was true for all governments. We have, in fact, more strength in Hellenism, and this also encompasses Cyprus, and it's very important in any design that we have because it changes the facts. It multiplies them, and we have to take this into account. in any proposal for the solution of the Cyprus issue. With respect to what Mr. Rozakis said, I have not actually concluded. What is our objective? Do we want more territory to be returned or to give more importance to the distribution of powers? Because I think the Greek side of Cyprus is interested in both the return of territories and the distribution of power and the single state. Well, the single state is something that I'm taking to be self-evident, but in order for a solution to work, well, I've worked in Bosnia-Herzegovina for a year. There, nothing works because one community trips up the other. You shouldn't have a state that, in fact, is the one that can generate crisis, because that would, in fact, create problems in Greek-Turkish relations also. Now, the re-election of Trump in the States, do you think that will have a positive impact in the Cyprus issue? I hope so. Do we know who the new ambassador will be in Cyprus? I have not been informed, but I think your current ambassador is excellent indeed. Exceptional work has been done, and this has upgraded our relations. So I would say the first rapprochement was with Trump. So do you believe that we're going to have certain developments? I consider that this will be the case. I believe that this rapprochement will continue. We have a lot to gain, both sides, from this relationship, and I hope that we will further enhance it. What do you think, Mr. Rozakis? I don't have a view. I think that Trump will not be greatly interested in Turkey because it... You mean the Greek-Turkish relations, you mean? Are you talking about Greek-Turkish relations or the Cyprus issue? I don't think that he's going to be that interested in the Greek-Turkish relations either, because he's looking to withdraw from Europe. He wants Europe to solve its own problems, and from there on, we will see that he will attach importance to Asia, China, namely, which is the core of the American problem at the moment. So I don't think he's going to focus that much on the Greek-Turkish relations or on the Cyprus issue. So do you agree with Mr. Rozakis? I don't think that they're interested in the region. I think that the message that has been put across to Greece and Turkey is that there are two regions in the area, and Ukraine and the Middle East. Let's not hear any problems on your side. Now, Indonesia is of interest, that area there, where 40% of the global population lives. The small disruptions in the area does not affect the big picture. Now, you know that when there are visits of American diplomats, it said, did they talk to you about China in the beginning or the end of the conversation? Because wherever you are, they will speak about China at a certain moment in time. And that is where they focus. And this is not something that Trump did. Obama started it. So we had the James Defense Weekly in 2004 with the title, "The Most Boring International Dispute in the World." That's how they'd characterize the Cyprus issue. It's a boring dispute. It is 50 years old. Is there going to be a war there? Is there any blood being let? No. Is there going to be a broader crisis? No. So why should we resolve it? The only ones interested in the Cyprus issue is Greece, Cyprus, Turkey, the United Kingdom, in order to protect interests, and the UN, out of duty. Who else? I think the United Kingdom less so. The United Kingdom has the role, it has the basis, of course, and that is why it has the role of the pen holder. It's the one that writes the resolutions of the UN. It doesn't want to lose that. What about the UN? Can it play a role? Well, it has a rather weaker position or role. Ambassador, with respect to the EU, if you permit, before you go further, the EU, it has within EU Kaliningrad, which is surrounded by EU states, and there are 2 million Russians residing there, and they, in fact, go through European territories on a daily basis. So they're not interested, or they don't have a problem with 200,000 Turkish Cypriots at an edge of Europe. What about Syria? Won't it have a problem with Syria? It's going to have a problem with the refugees from Syria, and it's only just discovered it, I imagine. Now, how is it possible that Cyprus is not such a great point of interest for the US as they're creating bases? And I must say that it's upgraded in terms of its strategic position, and there's a matter of security here. When the President of the United States spoke with the President of Cyprus, in order to be called to meet with Joe Biden, there was a whole building up of our foreign policy in order to arrive at that point. I would like to believe that our relations with the US will continue to be upgraded because Cyprus has proven that it is a pillar of stability in the region, and it can also be a trustworthy ally of the United States. I think that's what the United States saw and, in fact, proceeded. And I don't think there's something that can change on the basis of what we see today. The fact that they didn't want the United Kingdom in the five-party talks, I think that is a matter of tactics. I don't think we should attach that much importance to tactics. We should see the big picture. Cyprus is not a point of conflict and crisis, so they're not interested in resolving it. Are they interested in Cyprus? Yes, indeed. Not in relation to the Turkish invasion, but what we said traditionally, that it is, in fact, the unsinkable carrier, or aircraft carrier of the Mediterranean. And this was only for the United Kingdom and not for others. So I think the question is whether we can actually look at the upgraded position of Cyprus because of what's happening in the Middle East, and because Greece and Cyprus are the limits of the edge of peace compared to the zone of war, in order to have a resolution of the Cyprus issue which is to our benefit. We have run out of time, but I would like a conclusion from you that will be concise. I'll start from the ambassador. Okay. My conclusion is that Cyprus will continue to actually make the so-called missed opportunity into real opportunities, and to learn from the past. And it will build upon them. We will be able to see the causes and to see why any plan has been rejected in the past. I think that the target of President Christodoulidis is clear-cut: to resume talks, and with this basis, he will continue to proceed. Mr. Rozakis, I don't think that we're going to have a resumption of talks soon, because things are difficult, more difficult than they might appear to be, because we see the Greek foreign policy has in fact been focusing on resolving purely Greek-Turkish relations, and we see that Cyprus of itself is not able to do it alone. Mr. Sirigos, I don't think we have the conditions to resolve the Cyprus issue, but I think three have to be taken into account to resolve it. First, the resolution must ensure the physical survival of Hellenism in the island, to avert the control of the entire island by Turkey, and the solution has to be functional in order not to generate crises that could, in fact, create a major crisis in the Greek-Turkish relations. Thank you very much. A very interesting discussion indeed. And now, Mr. Agilis will take the role of moderator. We're going to look at the issues of regional security together with Mr. Avramopoulos, the former commissioner and the former minister, and of course, Ambassador. Well, let us look at the next panel, which has to do with regional security that Mr. Avramopoulos is going to be participating in. He is commissioner, former commissioner and former minister, and we have also Yorios Matas, honorary ambassador, who has in fact taken on very important posts and embassies for Greece.
So we will be discussing 50 years of foreign policy. And a milestone for this 50 years period is the fall of the Berlin Wall. There is before and after the fall. And this huge development, hugely important development, has affected the area, the country, the regional security, and ever since, many crises have emerged in our neighborhood, starting from Yugoslavia, the Middle East, the Persian Gulf, and much more recently, the war in Ukraine, as well as the very topical developments in the Middle East, the war in Gaza, developments in Syria, etc. I don't want to take any more time from our guests. So, post the Berlin Wall fall, have there been developments in the area, starting from the Balkans, new security conditions, new safety conditions? Did this create a new foreign policy in the area, in the Balkans? What could have gone better and what could have gone worse? First of all, let me say that the 50-year period is not only defined by this fact, but how Greece looks at its own position during the 50 years. And we have lost it. We have been looking to the inside. But we start from the end of the Cold War. Greece was there. But we had a period of the dictatorship, which, with the metapoliticis, has paved the way for a new situation for us. And then we had the extension, the enlargement of NATO, with what this meant, whereby both Kissinger and Kennan made serious warnings. We didn't heed their advice. Then the expansion of China, the growth of China, rather, and then the situation in the Middle East. So this creates the set whereby Greece was asked to exercise a foreign policy. So what I said have a common characteristic. Any efforts made by Greece were also related to the personal role of its leaders. Were it not for Konstantinos Karamanlis, we would not have been member of the European Union. Had we not have this rapprochement by leaders such as Karamanlis and Konstantinos Mitsotakis, things would have been different. Personal relations are important, both among leaders, but in Europe, but also with our neighbors and the U.S., who were always here following developments. So, as an answer to your question is, some things happened, but after a specific, on the basis of a specific point of view, the way that we thought what the Greek position should be, and not how it should really be. So, and then we will be discussing during the further on other things. But things have happened. We should congratulate those who have paved the way, especially for us to join Europe, but there have been mistakes. The departure from NATO in 1974 was a hasty decision, and I'm in a position to know that when we returned, our position was worse than before. So Greece has a huge potential for foreign policy, but it should get rid of some obsolete stereotypes that are allowing us to stagnate policies and the deep system, the pillars on which the foreign policy relies. This is an opening for you and for my friend George Ginimatas in order to start the discussion. Ambassador, the position of Greece in this changing world is related on our neighbor Turkey, etc. Do you believe that Turkey, irrespective of who the leader is or was, did they make use the circumstances in a way that has benefited them more than we have benefited ourselves, that they are acquiring increasingly more power? Listen, Turkey has always using the circumstances at every point in time. Look at what has happened in the Middle East. Erdogan is preparing his role since 2003. He closed the Incirlik basis, so things have changed for the Americans. The Americans were late in invading Iraq. Then they created this climate of difference with Perez. You remember when he theatrically left the stage. So then we have the Arab Spring, and then we have a historical paradox. For the first time, Turkey, which from 1920 to 1990 had never actively interfered in the Middle East. Kemal, for instance, had never included the Middle East in his foreign policy. But Erdogan grasped the moment and promoted himself to a regional leader by adjusting his position to the visions of neo-Ottomanism. But he was accepted by the Arab population. And this is a paradox because we know the relations between Arabs and Turks. The collective memory of the Arabs has never forgotten the Ottoman boot. And the Turks have never forgotten what they suffered, the creation of all the independent states after the fall of the Ottoman Empire. So this is exactly what Turkey is doing now. They are grasping the moment, and maybe we could discuss the Syria issue later on. Let us look at how these relations developed. I read the newspapers, I watch the TV programs. There is some naivete. They say that this development is weakening Turkey, and they are interpreting Blinken's visit to Ankara differently. Whether we like it or not, the position of Turkey is strengthened. But for us, the good thing is that this is taking off the focus from the Greek-Turkish relations. Although I'm not very optimistic about the future, but at this point in time, Turkey is not a priority. It is not a priority for Turkey to open a front with Greece. Of course, Europe is not a power. Geopolitically has been weakened. It was a financial and economic power, but they did not work to become a geopolitical power. Anyway, the Turkey's subconscious has always been an opening or a turn towards Europe. Historically, they were always moving to the West, and they are not going to forget about that. But in the Middle East, it's not only that they are grasping the moment, they were among the major players that led to this result. Look at what has happened. So everybody considers Turkey a strong player, an important player. This is not bad for us. We should not think that whatever is good for Turkey is bad for us and vice versa. No. and we judge different nations depending on whether they have friendly or not friendly relations with Turkey. But our foreign policy should not consider what happened or what did not happen, but what can happen so that Greece can adjust to the circumstances, become a soft power, and the only role that we can have is for us to function after getting rid of all these obsolete ideas to play the role of a mediator. Because as you very rightly said, people look at our history, are favorable towards our role, our history, and our current role in the Balkans, where I see that, and this is a great concern, that populism is returning and world wars start in this part of the world. So I think that we are at the very center of an area of instability from Tunisia to Russia. So we need to play our role and to have stable points. I'm familiar with the foreign policy. The ambassador is more experienced, of course. We have never had stable points in our foreign policy. We just react to other people's initiatives, and this has to stop. Let me complement that. I fully agree with what Mr. Avramopoulos said, but let me add that we need to get rid of the syndrome that we are the navel of the earth. We sometimes think that every morning, the first thing that the U.S. president does is look at telegrams from Athens. No, their agenda is not full of the Cyprus issue and Greek-Turkish relations. And since we're talking about Turkey, let me add that we should get rid of some stereotyping. For instance, the vocabulary we use. The Aegean is not dividing us, it is bringing us together. We create bridges between our peoples. All these are stereotypes that can confuse things. We are condemned to live alongside our neighbor. What does that mean, condemned? This means that we are just tolerating and suffering. No. What does that mean? Sometimes in our foreign policy, we trust to the supreme power, to God. And as we heard earlier, someone said, Venizelos said, there is no God who cares about the states. States need to be perspicacious and realistic. So we need to be more realistic, more down to earth. If looking at Azerbaijan, we would say that they hate us. Yes, Greece is not the beginning and the end of the world, but we found ourselves at the center of the refugee waves caused by all those wars, not the recent ones, but the previous ones, I said. So we are at the very center of a refugee crisis, and I come from Lesbos, and that is where the real center of this flow was. But as things happened in Greece and in Europe, instead of realizing the special role that Greece assumed in managing this flow, things could have become much, much worse, I believe, as regards people who go through a country, who have experienced wars, who have experienced violence is in their DNA. I'm talking about the management of that period, because we are probably ahead of a new refugee wave. We saw that Turkey is instrumentalizing the refugee, and this has happened in the past. So how can Greece deal with the possibility of a new wave of refugees, in your view? Let me say that when I assumed my responsibilities, my duties as European Commissioner for refugees, etc., that happened in 2014. That is the first time that we see the uncontrolled flows. Europe was surprised, Greece was surprised, taken by surprise, and I was assigned to look at the issue. And then our initiative started. You said a few things earlier. Well, let me tell you, let me repeat that the role of Turkey was important at the time. When I visited Ankara on behalf of Europe in order to find a solution to the flows, there was some acceptance from their side. We needed an agreement, but we did not want to proceed with an agreement that had to be ratified by parliaments that were not, some parliaments were not very friendly, and this is time consuming. So we devised this statement, a joint statement, which has been working, although some people don't admit it. So that's what happened then. Is something else happened then that I am divulging, disclosing for the first time. In this statement, we did something important. We said that it would cover the arc from Evros to Castellorizo. And when this statement arrived to be discussed at the EU summit, the Greek side asked for the Evros area to be removed because of the sensitivity. And what happened? These people in reality were going through the Evros gateway. And if they really intended to invade, why didn't they send thousands of boats to the islands? The whole asylum system of Greece and Europe would have collapsed overnight. Now, you are right, we may see new waves of refugees, but the new compact that was celebrated recently, it opens the gate for the so-called Dublin from the backside. Everybody who comes here, stay here. There's an offensive proposal. We will pay you 12,000 per head and keep them there. No. We have experienced the refugees problem even before. We have international humanitarian law provides for countries to grant asylum to those who are entitled to that as refugees. So now the issue re-emerges. And what do we read? Some countries say that the asylum applications should not be processed anymore. No, this is not right. We cannot refuse, we cannot deny them the basic values and principles that are present in the Greek foreign policy. I went to your home island and I went to Brussels and I explained the quality of what happened in Greece. But European foreign policy is not doing well. But this is true around the world. There are millions of people at this moment on the move. And what does the global community doing? We had asked the former Secretary General of UN to organize an extraordinary assembly. I was present. I had never listened to better humanitarian rhetoric from the leaders. They went home, forgot everything. So you are right. We are now faced with a new problem. Is Greece ready? And as regards Greece, we are at the front line. And we will suffer pressure just like Cyprus does because of the particular situation of the island where uncontrolled groups or come from the other side of the island to say 5 million in Turkey. They exercise pressure to the government. Erdogan has to is accountable. So we may be faced with a new wave of terrorism, as was the case the previous time. But let us not confuse terrorism with refugees. Most of the terrorists that acted in Europe were homegrown terrorists. They were not people who had traveled to Europe.
Let's look at Greek-Turkish relations from a different point of view. We're talking about Erdogan, what he brought, how the bilateral relations have taken place, and what happens on the international scene as a result. After Erdogan, what? So, is Greece preparing itself for the day after Erdogan? So what are our estimates about what will ensue? Will it be in the same direction, or will it be something completely different? And what will that mean for regional security, more generally, from the Balkans up to the Middle East, and for our bilateral relations? What a good question. In Greece, we've never included in the public dialogue the issue of neo-Ottomanism and Kemalism. Let us not forget that Kemalism wanted to do away with the Sultan past, and that was the foundation for the modern state of Turkey. Well, we know that neo-Ottomanism wants for Turkey to penetrate into the former Ottoman states or territories. Erdogan takes advantage of this, and we see the neo-Ottomanism policy pursued. But we see that Erdogan, for better or for worse, because let's not forget that Turkey now is divided. There is, in fact, a contradiction within Turkey, and I don't know if we've actually taken into account that in order to be able to face a country in foreign policy, you need to know fully what is happening there. I don't think we've actually understood it here. Now there's a contradiction within Turkey. Where does this arise from? That Turkey appears to be a moderate Muslim country, whilst its constitution is secular completely. So this contradiction creates a crisis in the identity of the modern Turk. So we see there's a turbulence, and there between the East and the religious origins and West. And it's very difficult to find a response for that. What does Turkey represent? The East of the West or the West of the East? So this is key. Also, we say that we completely criticize Erdogan's policy. He is who he is. We can't change him. I think that if you followed his entire course from '89, I think that you'd met him, Mr. Avramopoulos, in Athens. I think you must have also visit him, and he always remembers that. If you see from 1989, you see that he had, in fact, an increasing stake. And if you look at the coast of Turkey, they're red. They're in favor of Kemal and a Kemal approach. But once you go eastwards, inwards, you will see how these people are in fact fixated on Erdogan. How is it possible? What has he said to these people? He said that I'm like you and you can become like me in the future. And that is something that has to be part of public discourse, so we know what is the prospective successor of Erdogan, which I think will be the Kemalists. How did Erdogan start out? I had the opportunity to discuss him the time that he was on course for the elections, and the first interview about Erdogan was in fact, my own to Reuters. So this was an incident in the prison, but I went and we continued to have, in fact, the opportunity to meet. But we see that a lot of links in a chain about how our relations, in fact, shaped up. We also see that they wanted to set aside military rule and and we see that issues evolved, and we finally arrived at a point which is culminating with the war, quote unquote, between the Kemalists and the Islamists of Erdogan. He didn't manage that at the end, and in the end, we saw there were concessions towards Mr. Bartoli, and we see there was a change in rhetoric. We have a change of rhetoric, but we haven't any actions, because as it has been understood from our whole conversation here, the problem is when he leaves. Who will succeed him in his political party, and will it become a strongly nationalist party, according to the legacy of Erdogan, from which Erdogan and his cadre originate? So I think between Kemalists in the corresponding academy of Turkey, there were confrontations to the extent that there was a conflict between the Kemalist officers and the Islamists. Recently, things have changed, but nevertheless, as we said at the beginning of our conversation, a new landscape is emerging where we're no longer the priority in order to open up new horizons. I would like to say that those dramatic developments of the past, in fact, were signed by the Kemalists, Cyprus, EMEA, and they're a huge risk because they have, in fact, been nurtured in the nationalist stance of that time, which brought about the secular state, which is not truly a secular one, because that's what we believed when we were, in fact, in NATO. But I think something that you might know or not, the conversion of Hagia Sophia into a mosque was averted by Erdogan twice, and Bartoli pressed him, and he uses Bartoli. He would like to release Öcalan, but in order to save face, and it's well known what his stance is vis-a-vis the Kurds, he put him in order to de-escalate the tension in the Kurdish forces and in Turkey. And we see that's very important in what's happening in the broader region with the Kurds of Iran, Iraq and Syria, and who are trying to make headway. So that is the position also of the great powers behind closed doors, encourage or not. I would say all this in order to see the puzzle that Erdogan is, and the piece of the puzzles should be fit together. So we also looked at when we met in the past. He said, he asked me, have you read the Quran? I've read the Bible a few times, but not the Quran. He said, if you read the Quran, you'll see that democracy is part of Islam. And what about Erdogan now? He's at the close of a cycle, and in the end, what politicians are interested in is the legacy that they leave behind them, so that he can be remembered by posterity. So permit me to add that I do agree completely with what Mr. Avramopoulos said. We believe in Greece that Kemalism has been a thing of the past, or is a thing of the past, is wrong. We see it in every day in Turkey, in all facets. We see that there is the laying of a wreath in Kemal's tomb. Everything starts and ends with Kemal. In the mind of the Turks, he is the undisputed leader that, in fact, managed to do away with the Sèvres Treaty, which was anathema to them. In November of 1938, Kemal died at 10 to 10 in the morning. They stop in the central roads of Turkey. They get out of their cars and they stand in honor of his death. And we say in Greece about the role of the army. And we had a rather naive approach about what is a good politician or a bad military person. But no, in Turkey we see that there was also an amendment of the constitution in 2010, and which did away with the jurisdiction of martial law for military men, and now that people who are serving in the army are tried in civil courts. So we see that there is a collective reaction to change of government, and it's not a matter of some few people. So with respect to the previous discussion we had for the Cyprus issue, okay, it's not what we're looking at now, but in 2013, Greece, with Turkey, Erdogan and the Samaras government here, signed 25 agreements in the meeting in the High Council of the two governments, 25 agreements. At the end of this process, press conferences were given, and Erdogan was asked. I know that Mr. Blatias knows this, and I call upon you to look at the minutes. And they asked him what happened with the Cyprus issue in this ambience, which was very emotionally charged, because Erdogan has something that foreigners don't know. He's more emotional and less strategic as an analyst. This is a characteristic. So that means that you can actually advance with him. The answer was, he said, it's time to rid ourselves of this burden that was, in fact, a legacy of the past. And the generals must have been very angry with him, because they thought that that was, in fact, one of the best things that had happened in the 1970s. So we see that, as the ambassador correctly said, the Kemalists are, in fact, rising again, because they're part and parcel of modern Turkey's DNA. We are going to see what's happening, but we need to pursue the efforts made now, not for appeasement. It's not, in fact, a beast to be a beast, so it doesn't bite you. It's a matter of equal position and mutual respect in order to restore respect, which goes through honest diplomacy always. In year of a closing and a summary, shall we say that over decades Greece had close ties as a counterweight to Turkey with the Arab world, and a lot of regimes that fell with the Arab Spring in the last 10 years. We have a very strong rapprochement with Israel in all sectors, economy, military, etc. Ambassador, do you believe that this is something that will last over a long period of time to come? Is it something that Greece can depend on, this new equilibrium that is being shaped? And we're talking about new maps, new equilibrium. And do you believe that the collaboration of Greece and Israel is something that's here to stay? Will it continue for a long period of time? And what will that mean for the general equilibrium in the Middle East? It must continue. It must continue but it's very early to reach conclusions safely. You say that things are being consolidated in the Middle East. No, everything's in flux, and we are faced with different scenarios on a daily basis. Look at what happened in Syria. Did you ever think that the issue would end like it did? So suddenly, and we also referred to the Syrian issue. Never, and this is deterministic, never in a revolution, those who actually start the revolution end it. Normally, all revolutions that bring about violent change of regime are ended by others. And we see that the revolutions such as the French in the Revolution 1917, and then chaos reigns, and I'm afraid that chaos might well reign in the Middle East. So, what about you, Mr. Avramopoulos? I would like to say something that the ambassador's right. Remember Libya, when the regime collapsed, there was an endless civil war which will never give us the Libya that we knew. And the same holds true for Syria at the moment. Certain people say that there was a great change that will bring about stability. The opposite. Already the messages are not good because the situation is even more out of hand, and because it has a very heavy climate from the civil war and the rise of jihadism in the broader area. With respect to Israel, we will of course have good and functional relations on the basis of mutual respect and in order to further our mutual interests. Now, what will happen between Israel and Turkey? And there is a message that we see in the beyond the Atlantic, and that is for them to be able to find a way to work it out. And that is also seen by the new ambassador to Ankara, who has specific relations, something that we'd actually noted before, and we have to no longer be naive as analysts. So Egypt and Turkey would find a way to work it out at some point in the future. There's no doubt about it. They are, in fact, powers that are related, and they were very strong in the Ottoman Empire, and the same holds true for Libya. So Greece, as I repeat, as a medium-sized power, can have a favourable role in development so long as we do away with our fear and insecurity which are being cultivated by politicians and the mass media. Thankfully, not all. Thank you very much. I will give the floor to Mrs. Bozanidou, our excellent colleague, for the panel that has to do with Greek-American relations. And thank you very much for your time.
Interest to the Greek society more than any other friendly country. And here we're talking about the perceptions regarding the myths pertaining to foreign policy, but also domestic terrorism and how this was perceived. This is why I want to call to the podium Mrs. Lambrini Rory, Associate Professor in Political Analysis at the National and Kapodistrian University of Athens, and Mrs. Irini Karamouzi, Associate Professor of Contemporary History at Sheffield University and the American College of Greece. So they will present a survey on how the Greek public opinion during the Metapolitepsi perceives Greek-American relations. You have the floor. Thank you, ladies.
Πού είναι το PowerPoint?
The PowerPoint.
Περιμένουμε μια παρουσίαση.
Waiting for it to be uploaded. So, hello, good morning. Thank you very much for inviting us. Thank you, Delphi Economic Forum, the Council, and TO VIMA. My name is Irini Karamuzi, and together with Labrini Rori, my colleague and partner, we will show you the first findings of a survey which has to do with how Greeks see the US and how this evolved over time. In April of 2018, some protesters tried to vandalize the statue of Harry Truman. This statue has been painted many times. It's been vandalized. It's been toppled. There were 4 bomb attempts at least, and once it has been toppled with the use of ropes. Every time the statue is put back on the pedestal, but it just waits for something else to happen. So the fate of this monument reflects, if you like, the stance of the Greeks vis-à-vis the US. And it also shows a fluctuation of anti-Americanism as a phenomenon in Greece's political history. Historically speaking, anti-Americanism dates back to the end of World War II, despite the huge help provided through the Marshall Plan. But this stance has to do with something that, for example, the US did during the Cyprus issue in 1974. But the truth is that it takes shape during the dictatorship because the US supported the dictators, but also due to their cynical stance vis-à-vis the tragedy in Cyprus. But after 1974, we see that there is a rise in anti-Americanism, but it's not a linear phenomenon. So we want to see what the fluctuations were and how they can be interpreted. So we've been looking to do this the 50, if you like, years from 1974 up to 2024. And we're interested at 2 strata. One has to do with the political elite, and the other is the public opinion. So how did we do this by way of methodology? We have collected data at 2 different levels. The one is party programs, and the other is speeches in parliament. So in the party programs, we examined 102 programs from 24 political parties. Now, as far as the Greek parliament is concerned, we looked at 1,400,000 speeches using various methodologies that I will not mention. So as far as public opinion surveys, we had 3 surveys. One is the Eurobarometer from 1980 to 2006. We started from 1980 because that's when Greece entered the EEC. That's when these questions were first put. Then we had MIB to 2023 and the Aneosis, and we used a regression analysis. So what do we see at first sight? So here we have the emotions vis-à-vis the US. This black line is 0. And to the right, we see how much importance was attached by the parties to the US. So we see emotions vis-à-vis the US and the significance of the matter. These are 2 identical, if you like, stances, and they create, if you like, we see that the line is the same, but it's just that it's in the opposite direction. So what does this mean? That the less they talk about the US, the less the negativity vis-à-vis the United States. At the same time, we see as a whole that whereas negativity begins at a very low point, over time, progressively, we don't see any pro-American levels, but it becomes rather neutral in nature. So we didn't only want to see the parties, but also party ideologies. Here you can see the various parties, extreme right, extreme left, center right, how they feel towards the US and how much importance was attached to this by the various parties. Again, we see this relationship, meaning we see the higher the discussion, the more the anti-American sentiment, but here we see a differentiation. So center-left and the extreme left are against the US, that's below zero, whereas center-right and center and extreme right, they are above this line, which means there is a more positive sentiment. So this Americanism index for every political declaration has to do with the different feelings, negative and positive. So the indicators below zero mean anti-Americanism, whereas if the indicators are above, it means pro-Americanism. So you see that we have the extreme left and the center left, which impose an anti-American sentiment. But after 1990 and at the end of the Cold War, the other parties, center, right, and extreme right, become marginally pro-American. So we see that there are some anti-Americanism differences between the parties, meaning center, left, and extreme left, but not significant differences. So because the driving force behind anti-Americanism was the left, at least until 1989, both socialist and communist versions, but also the extreme left after the end of the Cold War, we wanted to see what issues were discussed by the extreme left. So we have two distinct periods, 1974 and 2004, where we have the phenomenon in full swing. And we see that in 1974, the main issue, and this is no surprise, we have the tragedy of the Greek Cypriots in Cyprus. But we see that political parties also look at the fact that Greece left the military arm of NATO. And also another issue is the American bases and other matters pertaining to socialism. So up to 2004, we have the war in Iraq, and this is the main issue. At the same time, we see the big differences, and we see that the left is negatively predisposed towards the EU and NATO. So what can we understand? So anti-Americanism appears when we see that the U.S. directly or indirectly get involved. For example, indirectly in the case of Cyprus and directly in the case of Iraq. So then we see anti-imperialist tendencies. So this explains reality in capitalist expansionism terms and in imperialism terms. So hello, thank you for the invitation. We will now move on to a different type of party speech. I'm talking about parliamentary debate or speech. It is a more lively type of discourse, and we wanted to examine this as well in parallel with the text from the political party programs. So we only have information from 1989 because before that, nothing in Parliament was digitized. So for our methodology, we needed to have digitized text. So what do we see? Here we see again on the left the sentiment vis-a-vis the U.S. in the Hellenic Parliament from 1989 to 2024. And here we look at ideology. So there's a red line, and whatever is above the black line is pro-American, whatever is below is anti-American. So we see that sentiment vis-a-vis the U.S. has negative values in 1989, but there's an upward trend. So already from the end of the Cold War onwards in the Hellenic Parliament, the party elites speak positively about the U.S. So we see that in 93, things changed. So from 93 up to 2010, when the financial crisis begins, the Greek political elite are positive vis-a-vis the U.S. in total. Why? Because there is a feeling that this is something that happened in the last years, meaning in the years of the crisis. But we see that from the onset of the crisis onwards, there is a drop. We again go below zero, and this applies till 2018. And again, there's a change, and we start again becoming more positive vis-a-vis the US in Parliament, in the Greek Parliament. Now let's look at ideology. So how does one become pro-American and how does one become anti-American? What are the sources? So in the baseline, you see PASOK, and in green, you see New Democracy. So from 1989 to 1990, PASOK has negative values. It's anti-American in sentiment. But after 1990, both PASOK and New Democracy steadily, till this very day, have expressed a pro-American discourse in the Greek Parliament. This is very important because there you can see the positive, if you like, sentiments, meaning whatever is above the black line. So in blue, with a blue line, we have radical left, Koukoue and Synaspismos Syriza. And we see that throughout the period in question, the Greek left, either a communist version thereof or the new radical left, as we call it in the bibliography, was always anti-American when speaking in Parliament. Of course, there are fluctuations. It's not always the same, the way in which they express this anti-Americanism, but the negative values persist. Now, in the with a purple line, you see extreme right parties. They add to the reservoir of anti-Americanism, but they do not go as low when it comes to negative values, as is the case with extreme left parties. Another indicator, petitions in the Parliament. So we wanted to see how these, references are made to the US in Parliament based on ideology. So we have the center right and the center left, and then again we have clustered or grouped together the extreme left and extreme right. So you see that most references in 1989 are from the center left and center right, and there is a big gap as to how many the one party talks vis-a-vis the other party. But then you see an interface between these two parties, the extreme left and extreme right. So what does this mean? That from 2008, they have started talking about the US, whereas the mainstream parties, not the extreme, stop talking about American issues or don't talk as much as the extreme parties do. So what we understand is that during the crisis, what has happened is that there is an anti-American sentiment in the Parliament, not because we are more anti-American, but because the mainstream parties stop talking, whereas the extreme parties continue talking about America in a negative manner. So we see this change at the time of the crisis in Parliament, and this has to do with the negative feelings expressed by extreme left and extreme right parties. Now, we wanted to see how this sentiment, be it positive or negative, could be explained. We carried out a regression analysis with variables which are based on theory. You can see the dotted line. Whatever you see on the right, that's positive, whereas the other side is negative. So what do we find? That in the Greek Parliament, there is a pro-American sentiment when we have the parties speaking that are in power, the ones in government. So when they talk about critical matters of national security, the crisis in EMEA, increased pro-Americanism. Now, realism of topics. When we talk about defense, we are more pro-American. When we talk about bilateral relations with the EU and the US, we are again more pro-American. So how can we explain the negative sentiment now? Well, there are national incidents, international incidents. So when we talk about the agreement about the bases, there's an increase in anti-Americanism, or the collapse of the Soviet Union, the same, the bombing of Yugoslavia. When we talked about the referendum of 2015, the first bailout program, and the financial crisis is the most significant indicator. There are other ideologies that increase anti-Americanism, anti-imperialism, extreme left, and extreme right. Now, let us move on to another expression vis-a-vis the U.S. or stances. We're talking about opinion polls. So we're trying to see how the Greek public opinion feels vis-a-vis the U.S. Again, from 1980 onwards, that's when we started having data. So we see that whatever's below the red line means a negative stance. So what we see over time is negativity. From 1980 to 2022, we are constantly below zero. But there are fluctuations which one should look into. We see that during the 1980s, we have a drop in anti-Americanism, so the line goes up, meaning from more negative values, we go to more positive values. From the end of the Cold War, we see that there's an increase in anti-Americanism, the line goes down again, whereas during the financial crisis from 2010 onwards, and this is a very interesting finding, so from 2010 onwards, the Greek public opinion reduces its anti-Americanism, contrary to the parliamentary elites, which become more anti-American, whereas after 2022, we go from neutral to a positive stance. So we have a big shift in the Greek public opinion from 2010 and afterwards, and after 2022, we have positive values, so pro-American. There we statistically analyzed the data, and we tried to look at the convergence between voters and political parties, meaning how representative are the political parties? How well do they represent their voters? So the main finding is that the voters are steadily more anti-American than the parties they vote for. So when we see per party, so this is a breakdown per party, this convergence or divergence, what do we see? We see that New Democracy, PASOK, and Syriza have a small diversion or deviation vis-a-vis how their voters feel, meaning these parties are more pro-American or less anti-American in relation to their voters. The only exception is Kukwe, where we have a convergence. So we see that the voters have the same positions as the ones expressed by the party they voted for. So there's a time lag, a latency, as to how the period evolves between the elite and the masses. So the political elite actually have a more positive stance in relation to the Greek public opinion. Due to lack of time, I'm not going to dwell on this further. We also wanted to see what is happening in relation to voters. So if somebody has left convictions and beliefs up to 1985, this explains that he is anti-American, whereas if somebody were right or center, we see that this shows that they are more pro-American, but after 1985, this doesn't apply. Now, votes. In the 1980s, there's a high correlation between the vote cast and the stance vis-a-vis the U.S. Of course, when one votes for New Democracy, you're pro-American. When you vote for the other parties, you are anti-American. But after 1995, what one votes for has no relevance, meaning the stance is irrelevant to what the party one votes for actually says. So after 2009, we see that there is no alignment. We see that there are positive stances even for PASOK. We see that its voters in 2014, we see a statistically significant relation showing the anti-Americanism of the voters, which isn't the case for the party they voted for. Now, another variable I'd like to mention is the stance vis-à-vis the EU. So from 1980 to 2007, we see that there is no correlation between whether I am pro-European and pro-American and vice versa. However, after 2007, during the economic crisis, what is interesting is the fact that when someone is pro-American, he or she is pro-European, and the same applies in the negative. But this is only the case after 2008. So in conclusion, what is the takeaway message? There is a big variation in the development of this phenomenon. It is not linear. We see that party rhetoric and parliamentary speeches have different viewpoints. We see that the parties try to add nuances, if you like, in their political speech. So their final views are a sum of different things in outside Parliament, whereas in Parliament you see a snapshot of what is happening in politics. Now, party programs. Contrary to parliamentary speech, we see that there's a domination of anti-Americanism. I'm talking about the topics, I'm talking about the sentiment as well. And at the same time, we see this reverse relationship where we see that anti-Americanism goes down depending on how much importance we attach to the U.S. So we see that there's a lot of focus on ideology. In political programs, we see that in the Metapolitevsi, center, right, and center left and extreme left are anti-American, but we see that there are many changes. As was mentioned previously by Mr. Sirigos, he talked about the trauma of 1974. We consider it a trauma which has deep roots in Greek society. It becomes part of our identity. It affects our value system and our relations with the U.S. But it's not the only case. We see that international events like Iraq, for example, fuel, if you like, or feed into this anti-Americanism of the extreme left. So in the parliament, there is pro-Americanism, and this is majority. So we see that most the elite in parliament are pro-American, but this is lost, and then it is refound after 2019. And now the parliament, the Greek parliament, as a majority, speaks favorably of the U.S. During the financial crisis, we have anti-Americanism. Why? Because mainstream parties stopped talking about it, and the main, if you like, issues which create a pro-American sentiment are international relations and national defense. And I think that when exercising when you're in power, you actually become more pro-American. So we see a change from 2010, and this leads to more positive values, meaning more positive even from 2022 onwards. There's a big difference between voters and parties. So the parties are more pro-American than their voters. And this leads to specific questions that are of crucial importance. And I think this could lead to a discussion. One of these questions is, why is this happening? Why do we have this divergence? Mr. Venizelos spoke about the role of the Greek public opinion in relation to foreign policy. This is a foreign policy conference, so we're really interested in how public opinion behaves vis-à-vis various phenomena that may lead to dividing lines among the elite. So is it the elite that de-radicalize the masses, or is it the opposite? Is it the public opinion that restrains the pro-Americanism? Is it maybe the fear of the cost in the elections, which doesn't make these elite more pro-American? And these tendencies, are they persisting, if you like, tendencies, or is it just a mishap, a circumstance that can be reversed? Thank you very much for your attention.
So we will now discuss the Greek-American relations on the basis of this survey that have presented on the basis of scientific data what characterizes the attitude of Greeks vis-à-vis the United States of America, which is a country that we admire, that we hate, that we love to hate, which is always present in our everyday lives. It is very characteristic that after the famous EMEA evening night when Prime Minister Simitis thanked the Americans, and when Bill Clinton visited Greece a few years later, he was being given a trial on our central square, Syntagma Square, and when the trial finished, the litter was everywhere from an American fast food. And then a few years later, there was a very cordial meeting between then Prime Minister Alexis Tsipras, coming from an anti-American party, who met with Donald Trump. So all this is proof of the emotional characteristics of the Greek public opinion, and it is very interesting to delve into all that. Let me give the floor to our first speaker, Haris Pamboukis, who is a professor at the Law School of Athens University. In order for me to comment on this interesting survey, I can say that what can explain the emotions of Greeks vis-à-vis the United States is the success or failure of the United States to play the role with success or with unsuccessfully the role of arbitrator in Greek affairs. So there are a number of issues. For instance, EMEA question. We never know what happened, and also as regards the invasion of Cyprus. This is a big wound, but or rather, as regards EMEA, despite the criticism against the then Prime Minister for the fact that he thanked the Americans, the United States of America, there was a relief among the public opinion. But subsequently, and what I am in a position to know firsthand, is during the financial crisis, the expectation was that the U.S. would somehow limit the demands of Germany and their vision of their financial requirements. The United States of America had one stable point in their relations with Greece. They wanted our stability to be stable, no destabilization of the country. And for what reason? For which reason? It's something that we actually experience today. Greece was second line, but still was the second line country that was stable. And they wanted to secure this stability even during the financial crisis. The U.S. was dealing with Greece on a geopolitical level. Germany was dealing with Greece on a financial level. So the U.S. helped. Obama repeatedly made phone calls, as well as the then Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Finance Secretary, called the Germans, because Germans it seemed like Germans were unable to understand the issue. They did not trust the European Commission. In all this affair, the role of the US was important. Then there was a breakthrough made by Alexis Tsipras and the strategic dialogue that started at that time with the US. And the current Prime Minister delivered a speech in the Congress, in front of the Congress, so he becomes one member of this very restricted club of 110 leaders that took the floor there. Thank you very much. Let us now give the floor to Dimitris Paraskevopoulos. Talking about the sentimentality and the ideas of the Greek public opinion, there is a consistent line from 1974 to date. The first period up until 1981 is characterized by the Turkish invasion, but nothing is broken. The second stage, 81, approximately up until 89, there are some verbal changes on behalf of in Greece from the Greek side. We are not did not differentiate the essence of our position, but still nothing changes as far as the essence of this relationship is concerned. And ever since, we see a deepening, a widening, an acceleration of this decisive strategic position decisive for Greece strategic position between our country and the US. This is a geopolitical relationship, but it is also, there are also new elements, for instance, the energy factor and others. But there is a difficult point in relation to a third country. As regards this issue, the United States tried to play a balancing role in relation to Turkey. The story starts since the 1950s, when Greece and Turkey become NATO members for the first time. Each country feels the pressure of the communist bloc in a different way, so there is a geopolitical and security issue that are complementary. Turkey has always been a bigger country with more power, with bigger armed forces. This is always the case, and Greece becomes the junior partner. So there is a critical issue here. The United States provide Greece for a guarantee, a security guarantee vis-à-vis Turkey. And later on, in 1982, Greece requires this to be given made officially, but this does not happen, and it never had. What does the U.S. do? What the professor had just said, that is the role of an arbitrator. We don't know what happened in 87, whether they intervened. In 89, yes, we know, and later on in the case of Öcalan. But the fact that Turkey is becoming stronger, in 1989 the US decides to provide them with armaments. There's agreement at the time was excellent, and all this was implemented. They even manufacture F-16 spare parts in Turkey. This 7-to-10 ratio is weakened, but We enter an era, and let me point out the fact that Erdogan's global policy, which has made Turkey an important regional power, led to 2003, where something critical happened that caused great concern to the U.S. When the U.S. decided to invade Iraq, the Turks did not allow them. So this did not lead to the Americans forgetting about Turkey, but indirectly, the role of Greece is strengthened. And therefore, we can say that ever since, until today, and with a future prospect, there is a deepening and improvement of Greek-American relations. This is because of what? The new instability in the Eastern Mediterranean, relations between Greece and Israel, the upgrading of the Greek position after the partnership agreements with Cyprus, Israel, with Egypt, even with the Emirates and Jordan, even with Palestine before the recent events. So the Americans consider that this is a hub. The term hub has already been used as Greece as a hub and as the only hub in this part of the world. And that is the future outlook. Thank you. And now I will give the floor to Charalambos Papasoteriou, who is a professor of international relations and strategic studies at Pantheon University, who is also a member of the Institute of International Relations.
Well, I must say that the results of the survey was not, in fact, what I expected. I thought that anti-Americanism culminated in the Kosovo war, but I saw that it was, in fact, 10 years later. Now, what I wanted to say is there's something that has, in fact, to do with the anti-American government and what the governments do. I want to correlate the two. And I want to say that 74 was the mother of anti-Americanism, and then we have up to 2010, and then from 2010 until then, from 74 to 2010, the key American policy was let Turkey and Greece find a way to make do and equal distance. And Greeks always thought that this was in favor of the powerful, so that was Turkey in their bilateral relations. But even though the American rhetoric, especially in the 80s when Papandreou was in the power, it didn't actually change tack. What changes in 2010? Turkey is, in fact, identified with the Muslim Brotherhood, with Hamas. So it has Israel and then Egypt in 2013, all of the Arab world except for Qatar, and more recently it helped Russia to violate the sanctions with respect to the Ukraine. So it is, in fact, an ally on which the US cannot depend. And we see that Greece improves its relations with Israel. So it takes advantage of the problems that Turkey has in its foreign affairs policy in the Arab world and Israel. So Greece enhances its ties with Israel, with the United Arab Emirates and other countries. And as Turkey is no longer the ally they could depend on, Greece became the alternative, as did Cyprus. And we saw in recent years that there was the sale of armament to Cyprus by US, and they have common exercises. All of this shows that if Turkey ceases to be the ally in which the US depends, they states depend more on Greece and Cyprus. This is what the Greek government's understood much faster than the public opinion. We see that the public opinion has only recently understood this turn in American policy. It's no longer equal distances. Now they've ensured that Greece has air superiority over Turkey. So this was impossible, unthinkable decades ago. So there was the minister who went to Washington said that in Washington you've changed the balance in our region because they've really enhanced the superiority of Greece in the air. And I think that the Greek government's understood this sooner than society. Society has caught on that there's no longer equal distances, but that American policy is in favor more of Greece and Cyprus and to the detriment of Turkey. Now, I would like to ask all three of you a question. Could something have been done differently in the relations between US and Greek in terms of the elite and those in power over these years? Something that would be better, that would create fewer fluctuations in bilateral relations? Mr. Papoukis. Thank you. I would like to say the following. In order to answer this question, I believe that it must be clear that foreign policy is an exercise in reading the geopolitical balances and interest, as well as of geometry. What was not done in the past could have happened in a subsequent period. So we see that triangles and squares are important. We see that in 2010, the rapprochement with Israel was critical. This has influenced, and even though that might not be visible, it has substantially changed our bilateral relations with the US, and of course it will play a positive role in the future. Also, the ambassador talked about this in his exceptional intervention, and the other very important triangle encompasses Egypt. Could more have been done? Indeed, that goes without saying. But a lot has been done subsequently. So we see in the key question whether we belong to the West, and Andreas Papadou said that we belong to the Greeks, or it belongs to the Greeks rather. But of course, Greece belongs to the Greeks, but it belongs to the West in terms of values, culture, and military-wise, an interest. So what should have been done? The answer is what will be the design for the future is that a deepening of the institutions in a country that remains very pertinent in a multipolar world because the context has changed very much so, and this is something that we need to analyze. So we see that this should not be institutional, but should become a live relationship. There must be living and active mechanisms. Treaties do not suffice. They asked me about the Treaty of Prespes, which also contributes to the improvement of our relations with the US, because this was one of the problems that was an impediment. But a treaty does not suffice in order to bring about change, nor does a law for that matter. So it is up to implementation, which means cooperation amongst people. So what was not done and could be done in the future is to have human infrastructure and to greatly enhance the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which is under-resourced compared to its huge contribution to Greece. Mr. Paraskevopoulos, do you think something could have been done differently, especially in 1974, where we all agreed that this is a traumatic and critical point in the relations with the US? I'd like to expound on what you ask, but in order to do so, I'd like to focus on what has been discussed by the gentleman in the panel. I mean, the only thing perhaps would not be to leave the military arm of NATO. But I know that all of us here, or at least most of us, are of a certain age, and we perceive very well what the climate was in those days. Okay, subsequently, when we returned, we had lost out in certain institutional matters in NATO. But it was impossible not to actually reach the decision to leave by the Prime Minister of that time. And it was not simply to de-escalate, okay, it was also for a de-escalation on a domestic level. Now, I don't think other things could have been done. The Greek strategy, and I'm reverting to what I said before, was in fact a given. And in another interpretation of intergovernmental, which is not perhaps the best, but all government, one after the other, followed a steadfast, positive policy in order to have good relations with the US. Let me say something else. Strategy is drawn, tactics are in fact chosen, but let's come to what Macmillan said. Development, events, my boy, rather. Events. So, I would like to say two very characteristic phrases that have been said by US colleagues of a very high level at a technocratic level. One dates back to 2017, when the issue of Alexandroupolis emerged. Alexandroupolis, the bypass of the Straits. I don't think we need to analyse it further. Second, have a look on the map between Israel and Poland. Is there anything else credible? Fully democratic, and the most important, security and stability provided apart from Greece. Events. So, Mr. Papasoteriou, do you consider that we could have achieved more earlier from the States rather than waiting for the last period in order to be ahead of the game with respect to Turkey and have a smoother relationship? I wanted to refer to the fall of the Berlin Wall, which was in fact referred to before, and I think it was the milestone for this new era being ushered in. And at the time, we see that leadership was a bit fearful. We see that the dissolution of Yugoslavia, in fact, was to the benefit of one country, was in fact Greece. Instead of having one power of 28 million, we had 6 smaller ones, and that was very good for Greece. But all the political parties in 1991, 1992 were very fearful, and we lost an opportunity when we saw the world changing with the communist parts collapsing and a new era being ushered in. Instead of shaping the new conditions, we were afraid. And that didn't fit at all with the US and European policies. We missed out, but thankfully that is a thing of the past, and we are now in a different situation altogether. But I wanted your view. How do you explain that public opinion did not follow the elite in their stance towards the states? Was it the elite that did not bring the public opinion on board and win them over? Or did the public opinion have its own important points of reference that affected them differently than the elite? In an alliance, the leader actually is the one that in fact oppresses those below. And after 74, Greece was traumatized by the states. But we see that the emotions that prevail in the public opinion cannot sway leaders. But what about vice versa? But I'm not at all certain. I mean, look at what's happening in Germany and the United Kingdom. Even those countries that are very close to the United States, if you're under a leader, we see that part of society will be against it. It's unavoidable. In the 80s, could we have avoided certain positions? I mean, there was a great difference between the rhetoric of the Papandreou government and what he did. So that could have been avoided. But there are certain limits to how much the elite can guide. Okay, it has to actually have policies in line with the public interest, how much it can steer public opinion, which is more emotional. But I think it's very good to see finally these two converging, at least according to the survey. And we see that these are, in fact, going hand in hand. Ambassador, you have seen throughout these years that there were times where the elite spoke two different languages. One in the bilateral meetings with the other countries, and a different one when they spoke publicly and they addressed the public. Have you also experienced this with respect to the states? With Turkey, that is a certainty. Let me add to what the professor just said. Okay. The stance against the states was not something that was born out of nothing. It was not in a vacuum. It had to do with the terrible half of the 40s, the latter half, because part of Greece saw the support of the states as whether it was military or as an intervention, and then the functioning of the democracy with, of course, the king and the tolerance of the United States towards the dictatorship. Added to which, we had the Cyprus issue, the dark days, the dark room, etc. So this is, in fact, an entire story, quote unquote, of part of the Greek people, and it's a predisposition, and it dates back to quite a long time ago. It didn't start in 1974. Foreign policy, because we like to speak in more general terms about secret diplomacy, etc. There's always a certain suspicion in Greece. Whether we realize it or not, we are, in fact, a developed form of the ancient Athenian citizen who wants to intervene in absolutely everything, and that's all good and well if they don't actually overturn the decisions of the majority. I would like to avoid saying that we don't do our laundry in public, but I think what I'm going to say is a contradiction. There has to be, in fact, say that we do have for many decades this tendency to believe something, but we see that there is a very stringent hierarchical structure within the ministry and with the decisions executed by the political leadership of the country. But all of these things need to be processed. It's not possible to actually publicize absolutely everything within the limits of the official political and constitutional order. And, well, for better or for worse, within a country, the political leadership might differentiate the domestic discourse from that which is heard outwardly. We talked about facts before. This was done mainly in the 80s because we see that there was, in fact, they were greatly outspoken in terms of words, but in terms of acts, they were more moderate. And we saw this, in fact, in the case of the 90s when the Socialist Party actually came to power again and Papandreou went to meet Clinton. We need to have a cool head in public discourse. We need to be very careful about what we say. The parameters are given. I think it's, in fact, something that has to do with the cool-headedness and sang-froid of the Greek society without, in fact, hearing supranational words in a heated spirit. We know what Turkey stands for and what we need to do, and we know what we need to do. Now, given who has been elected in the States and who will take the helm, I think we have to look to the future also. Mr. Papoukis, can you tell me what do you expect? Do you expect something to change in the relations between US and Greece over the second presidency of Donald Trump? Permit me, before I say this, I would like to make a small comment about whether the elite influence the public opinion. I think this is a dialectical, in fact, two-way street relationship. So the elite are affected by the public opinion and vice versa. There is a contradiction in this exercise. In fact, two and the difficult. Public opinion is shaped on the basis of emotion, whilst we see that elite actually go forward, in fact, go forth on the basis of reason. I don't really like the word elite, but anyway, I would like us to have the concept of rational leaders. But could they actually change the emotion that holds sway? So the second contradiction is that the master of foreign policy are, in fact, multilateral. We talk about bilateral, but in actual fact about something that's composite. It's very difficult to explain them to laymen. Conversely, there are other things that have to do with our immediate setting and which are economic issues. So the first answer is whether things could be changed. And the second is what does the future hold with the president-elect? Trump is unforeseeable. There are two constant points that we can use in order to make certain forecasts. One that has already been stated, that it shows that there's a shift in interest from our region towards Asia. But nobody can know if this is said because it is a strategic pursuit. I cannot understand what the other constant point, which is the protection of Israel. How can he withdraw completely from the region? This will, in fact, undermine the interests of Israel, in my view. So I'm not at all certain that what is stated, which is considered to be a steadfast or long-standing position or a negotiating position. And the second thing that we know is that Trump has an economic perception of diplomacy. I'm not saying that it will be economic issues alone. I'm talking about the way that he will exercise diplomacy. We will have these characteristics. I think that's all we can say, relatively safely. I don't think that things will change dramatically.
Let us now give the floor to Mr. Papasoteriou. Are you optimistic regarding the appointment of Mrs. Guilfoyle, who has been appointed ambassador to Greece. Well, it's not an insignificant person. She was married to the governor of California. She had an affair, relationship with Donald Trump Jr. So she was a Fox News anchorwoman. So she's a well-known personality. Now, as far as Trump and his policy is concerned, you are right in saying that we need the Eastern Mediterranean, and we know that Turkey cannot be a trustworthy neighbor. So Israel is looking towards Cyprus and Greece. But my only concern is that if we enter into an era where violent revisionism is okay, just like it was after World War II, and the US don't stop such behavior, well, this would be an unpleasant world for Greece in particular. I'm not saying that this will happen. I hope it won't. But Donald Trump gives us the impression that he doesn't want the US to handle international policy as much as the US had done in the past 70 years. So if this means that they will end up condoning or no, saying that it's okay to revise the status quo using violent means, well, for Belgium, this is not worrying, but for Greece, it would certainly be worrying because we are in an area where we are threatened by such revisionism. I would like to thank all three speakers. And now let me invite to the podium the director of VIMA, Mr. Dimitrolopoulos, and he will talk to one of the most important prime ministers of Greece in the last years, Alexis Tsipras. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Periklis Dimitrolopoulos. Let me say that as I have been informed, we are running late. I'm not saying that we're going to give up some of our time. All I'm saying is that we will have no break. We will move directly to Mr. Dendias, the Minister of Defence's speech. Thank you very much, Mr. Tsipras. Thank you for accepting this invitation organized by the conference organized by the Council, the Delphi Economic Forum, and TO VIMA. You were Prime Minister from 2015 to 2019. one of the most important prime ministers. Now you're a former prime minister. I stress the word former because it has various connotations. We have a series of interventions, public interventions. I think you made one yesterday, so quite intense. And I would like you to tell me, and of course there is also the discussion of you coming back to the central political scene. So the question is not whether you want to be in the spotlight, but if everybody is after you, because you even mentioned in the memoirs of a former chancellor. So first of all, let me thank you for inviting me. I think it is very interesting for one to talk about the 50 years of Metapolitevsi and to talk about the achievements, but also the weaknesses, the strong points, and the missed opportunities in our foreign policy. So let me answer your question saying that publicity chases you when there's a deficit. And this is what usually happens, meaning if there's a deficit left by those in government, that's when publicity and reporters chase you. I don't think that I feel bad about being mentioned in Mrs. Merkel's memoirs. I don't think I feel that I'm being chased. But I don't believe that when you're not in active politics and people like myself who have served in such positions, and I'm talking about the position of Prime Minister, which is a very, very important position. So I don't think that when you leave active politics, this doesn't mean that you must stay silent. You must remain silent and not speak. I don't see that as the role of a former prime minister. And I decided to leave the front line. I did not decide to withdraw from politics or to go to a monastery. I'm here. I express my views. I intervene and I interpret things in my own way without, however, pretending that I am at the front line. So I'm not. So I have the luxury to intervene whenever I see fit and to express my views and ideas and thoughts about the important matters facing Greece, society, national issues of critical importance. And of course, I also believe in the progressive, if you like, parties and the need to have an alternative progressive proposal in juxtaposition to what is currently happening. So your intervention today is also important and on a matter that is of interest to all of us. 50 years of Greek foreign policy. This is the theme of the conference. So the Metapolitevsi. Foreign policy, it's not something that we only discuss when they're anniversaries, but anniversaries are an opportunity for us to take stock and to draw useful conclusions. So I'd like to hear from you. I want you to tell us your own stock-taking ideas, meaning what were the good points, what were the bad points in these 50 years, what were the success stories, and what were the failures. So let's look at it more holistically or globally, because your question was quite interesting. So I would say that these 50 years of Metapolitevsi, first of all, we had three wounds, three gaping wounds, and another wound was added with the end of the Cold War, i.e. the dismantling of Yugoslavia. So we entered Metapolitevsi with a huge trauma we had been carrying after World War II. Greece is the only country that doesn't celebrate the end of World War II, but the beginning of World War II. Why? Because after World War II ended, we had civil war, we had strife, and this means that we had a cachectic democracy in the end, totally dependent on the US and on foreign players. And this cachectic democracy led us to a dictatorship, the 7-year, which had been triggered by the Americans. So when we came out of this period, our country was still heavily dependent, and I'm talking about our foreign policy. At the same time, we had the tragedy of Cyprus, which was another wound. We're talking about the invasion of Cyprus, and this is something that causes pain even today, and it had an impact in the wider area, and I'm talking about peace and stability in the wider region. Now, third wound, which started unfolding after the end of dictatorship and goes on to the present day, is the Greek-Turkish relations, the tension between Greek-Turkish relations. So we're not only talking about Cyprus and the invasion of Cyprus. It wasn't just because of this, but because Turkey slowly started unfolding its revisionist agenda and its claims in the Mediterranean. Before the fall of the dictatorship, we're talking about the Prinos deposits. Later, with Choras, Sismik, it reached a culminating point at Imia. This revisionism continued. And the fourth wound was at the end of the Cold War, the dismantling of Yugoslavia. We're talking about our northern borders with a new founded state that actually wanted to take the name of Macedonia and to use it exclusively. And there was irredentism. And this was a heavy burden for 27 years, weighing heavily on our foreign policy. And we went from one defeat to another because many countries all over the world had recognized this country with its constitutional name, Macedonia. So there were very many good moments. But the most important moments for these 50 years in our foreign policy, the ones that were good, were the ones that were able to heal wounds, not to close them, but to heal them. The first and most important one was Greece's entry into the EEC at the time. Why? Because Greece is not an anti-communist satellite of the West, but now has an equal status to the countries that were then members of the EEC and now members of the EU. Of course, there was a context, economic policy, social policy, geopolitics, but there was room for some autonomy, some degree of autonomy. Second important moment, Cyprus's entry into the EU. Of course, Cyprus remained divided, so this wound didn't close, but there was a shield to protect the Greek Cypriots and Cyprus within the EU. And I don't want to pat myself on the back, but I believe that the Prespa agreement was good because it healed. It didn't close the wound, a wound that had been festering for 27 years. And let me say that the government should try to strengthen this agreement even further, because we see that there's no exclusive use of the term Macedonia, and we see that there is some agreement as to the cultural heritage of the Greeks, and we also called upon to play an important role in the Balkans, and we see that there are countries like Russia, Turkey, playing an important role there, and I think we should play a more important role in the area. And there's another, if you like, wound that hasn't closed, hasn't healed. We have to see in the future how we will be able to address this. But now let's talk about the Prespa agreement, because you received a lot of criticism for concluding that agreement. And I believe that some were too much. They said that you sold this name, you sold Greece short, that you were a traitor, so to speak. And we see that there's this dialogue taking place. So my question is, if we can go on to the next step, given the situation, if we can go on to the next step with all our neighbors, and I'm talking about our foreign policy. So if we have tension, because I'm talking about tension, because tension hasn't disappeared, it hasn't vanished. Well, this is nothing new in the political life of Greece. let me remind you. And without wanting to say that the Progressive Party is blameless and those that have represented it at times, there have been extreme situations, but I'd like to say that this has been going on and we've received a lot of criticism. Remember, Eleftherios Venizelos, who doubled the country, had been accused of being a traitor. Let's not forget that. So it is a fact that this problem is not good. It can't help Greece move forward. These are thorny problems, but it's good to have different ideas, a different strategy as to how Greece can proceed when it comes to foreign policy. So it's okay if there are different views, but we must all understand that there are different strategies, yes, but nobody is more patriotic than somebody else, and that the other person who has a different view is a traitor, and then to say that there's treason and so on and so forth. And the truth is that during the Prespa agreement, and this is something that happened from the current Prime Minister, he criticized me in a very bad way, and Mr. Samaras, who was here, has never said things like that about me, and we know we have our differences, and everybody knows that. So he said that I replaced Macedonia, the name Macedonia, for the pensions, that I'm an exemption. I don't know what patriotism means, that it's a foreign word, and I have no idea of what it means. And when I had been defeated, I'm talking about the two elections between 23, they instrumentalized Thrace, where there had been an agreement in the inter-party committee. And now Mr. Samaras, and in the past, Mr. Samaras had this populist view, because I don't think they really believed what they were saying. And Mr. Mitsotakis is accusing Mr. Samaras that conmen actually tried to talk about their country in order to gain something themselves. And Mrs. Damanaki is in the audience, and I remember what Charileos Florakis once said. He was a man who used to say, if you pee in the sea, if you urinate in the sea, you'll find your urine in the salt. And I think that's what happened in the case of Mr. Samaras and Mr. Mitsotakis. Mr. Mitsotakis had a problem. So I think that at a certain point in time, we must be able, and of course, this will show the superiority, if you like, of the political system. So we can have our differences, we can have different views without actually using adjectives and terms and descriptions that create, if you like, a toxicity, a very toxic environment which persists. So let's look at the current developments. We have a crisis that is escalating in the Middle East. We have, of course, the war in Ukraine, and the government has a very clear stance. It is in favor of Ukraine, and it talks about its territorial integrity. And maybe there could be some parallel here. And of course, we know that the government hailed the toppling of the Assad regime. So my question is, what is your view? And I'm saying this because both the government and you, and I think you have accused the government that it's taken for granted, and that the government doesn't surprise its allies in a way to gain some benefits. We had the foreign minister yesterday, Mr. Gerapetridis, who said that the foreign policy is one of principles and not a give and take policy. So this different approach and this different view on the Greek foreign policy, well, this is not new. It's nothing new. It dates back many years. Let me remind you of the 1960s. Under George Papandreou and then under Andreas Papandreou, and then they were accusing Konstantinos Karamanlis, saying that Greece should be an ally and not a satellite of the West. And then in the 1970s and 80s, when we had this clash between Konstantinos Karamanlis and Andreas Papandreou. We had the view that we belong to the West, and Andreas Papandreou said that we belong to the Greeks, or Greece belongs to the Greeks. And then we had many other governments who came to pass, and particularly conservative governments who believed that we should identify our policy with that of the US, and then we had a unipolar world, whereas the progressive forces, particularly the left, said that we shouldn't identify with these interests, and we were vindicated in this respect, particularly when it comes to interventions that will not produce democracy or address terrorism in Syria, in Libya, and so on and so forth. But I think that your question allows us to go deeper into the new problems arising in our area, because now it is more than obvious that Greece is in the middle of a triangle which causes instability: Libya, Syria, Ukraine. And if one takes into account what's happening in the Middle East, you'll see that the sides of this triangle are also faced with a lot of tension. And we have two conflicting, if you like, opinions. One say that because we are in this unstable triangle, we must be a pillar of stability and security. And then there's another view, an opposing view, that says that it's good for the country to be the willing, if you like, the outpost. Because we're close to instability, we will be the remote outpost of the West. And this view says that when we actually we have to have the favor of the West in our relations with Turkey. But look, now, the favor of the West, we won't acquire it no matter what we do vis-à-vis Turkey. Why? Because Turkey is a force to be reckoned with. It's a regional force. The latest developments corroborate this. It's not isolated. It's not weak. Its role is upgraded, particularly when, for their own strategic reasons, both the US and Russia decide to withdraw from the area, to withdraw their forces. So at the same time, we see that the EU has not done anything and does not have an active foreign policy and has not contributed to the solution. So if you want to be a remote outpost, but as a country, but Turkey, on the other hand, can become, if you like, a troop, and they have their own soldiers on the ground and try to promote not just their own interests, but also the interests of the West. Well, they are more useful to the West than we are. So our progressive strategy, which I know that conservative governments also follow to a certain extent. For example, Konstantinos Karamanlis and Kostas Rabalis had some progressive ideas opening up to Russia and China, for example. So this strategy, meaning of having an active multi-dimensional, if you like, foreign policy, but not that of a willing ally, but recognizing, of course, that we're part of the West, a member of NATO, of the European Union, with our own specificities, our own peculiarities. We are not an outpost as a country. We are a bridge in this the crossroads of three continents. So I believe that this strategy can be corroborated by developments. It will be good for the country, whereas the other strategy would be more dangerous for us. Now, let's talk about Greek-Turkish relations, because whenever we talk about Greek foreign policy, be it Ukraine or Syria, we keep going back to the Greek-Turkish relations, because this is what is of great concern to us. There's a dialogue underway. The foreign minister, Mr. Konzias, was here, and he accused the current foreign minister, saying that he was inexperienced. He said other things as well. Well, being inexperienced, lack of experience, well, that's not the same as being called a a traitor or making concessions. So how can you translate the term calm waters? So how's this dialogue going? Is there secret diplomacy? Does it put our national interests at risk? And of course, going to The Hague, because we're talking about jurisdiction. And the question is whether this tension between parties can cause problems.
We are now getting to the very essence of events, of current events. As I said earlier, this country is faced with great challenges and threats because of this the current developments. We need to have a strategy that should be to ensure peace and stability. Otherwise, how can you be a pillar of stability and security? And to increase your prestige and geopolitical influence, while at the same time increasing sovereignty and sovereignty rights, which means that at some point in time you have the ability to expand your territorial waters and exercise your sovereign rights in the exclusive economic zone and the continental shelf, which belongs to you on the basis of international law. This is not something that we can all agree on, probably, because some people say that, no, we shouldn't be having a discussion with Turkey. They are pirates on the other side, but that we should unilaterally make a verbal note and proclaim our rights. Well, this means actually that you are about to unleash developments that have nothing to do with stability. And this is rather hypocritical when people who were in government didn't do that. They did have discussions with Turkey, and as far as I know, they did not issue a verbal note and did not declare European exclusive economic zone. Now, let's go to our objectives. There are, I would like to say, 3 different strategies here. One being procrastination, according to which, well, it's not easy for us, and therefore we pretend to be talking, but we do nothing to achieve a solution. This is a strategy that has its limits. It is increasingly looking as non-beneficial. Turkey is increasingly becoming more powerful, and calm waters are not always calm. During the 50 last years, we have seen major crises, practically with a frequency of once in every 10 years. Over and above this procrastination strategy, there is another rationale with which I don't agree. Well, let's find a solution and get this over and done with. No, this is a mistake. This could lead us to developments that are not what we're not going to like. So the number 3 strategy, which in my view we should follow, is a strategy that has a beginning, a middle, and an end. We know that what we want to achieve, and we look at the tools and means we have in order to achieve it. Obviously, one of them is international law, which means that we should go to The Hague in order to solve the problem of the different views we have with our neighbors as regards our continental shelf, without any preparation. Obviously, with preparation, with red lines, which should be the red lines. First of all, the territorial sovereignty of our islands, no question about it. The security of our islands, especially at the point when Turkey has become a revisionist power and has given us a casus belli. So here is the as talking about the demilitarization, the minister is here. We cannot even discuss demilitarization or you cannot send to Ukraine from the Greek islands weapons and armaments that are useful and of critical importance. And there is no question to allowing a Greek island to be surrounded by a Turkish continental shelf. These are critical issues. I'm not saying that anyone is going beyond this, but let me go to the critical. But before that, let me tell you, I want to be frank. This is a debate. The exploratory talks have been going on for years and years, but we were discussing at the level of the foreign ministry experts, and the political leaderships were fully aware of what was going on during the negotiations. Now we don't have the experts. We are discussing at the level of ministers, and this is a concern to me. Well, frankly, let me tell you, listening to the Prime Minister, no, there is no such issue. But I cannot be 100% sure because we don't have full knowledge of the discussions, of the talks. No, you did not understand me. What I'm saying is that recently there are no exploratory talks. We are not discussing using the foreign ministry experts, but at the level of minister or prime minister. Then, next thing, when we are talking about The Hague, let's be honest with ourselves. Before going there, you have to delimitate your territorial waters, because if you are still at the 6 miles, indirectly The Hague may let it stay there. If there is a continental shelf at 6.1, you cannot go further. So this is a critical issue. And those of us who are in favor of going to The Hague, we need to do this on the basis of a strategy that will be organized to have a starting point and an end point. So I have submitted proposals to the dialogue in order to use the advantages that we have since we are an EU member state. So we need to use our position in the EU and the need that Turkey has of the EU. So we can use the advantage we have in view of the revision of the EU-Turkey relationship in conjunction to The Hague. Now, we need to expand our territorial waters. We did that. We started at the Ionian. When we had first announced that, the opposition started to go an uproar, but then the subsequent Mitsotakis government did that, and we of course followed. But so we need to expand our territorial waters to 12 miles in the Eastern Mediterranean, and wherever possible to make a bilateral agreement between Italy. That was a good step. With Albania, we need to do that. With Egypt, we have it. Let it be enlarged. And as regards the critical issue with Turkey, this is something where we should set the basis for negotiation on our territorial waters before going to The Hague. And this, of course, means that there will be certain points where we will come to an honest agreement. This is what an honest agreement means. So, in conclusion, these are very serious issues. The dialogue needs to be serious, responsible, and transparent, because without a full knowledge of developments and full agreement with a line that we can all agree on, and it is possible to come to the widest possible agreement among the political parties. We need transparency, and we need to agree, all of us to agree, to expand the country so as to safeguard peace and security in the area. Let me move on to another topical issue, the election of the President of the Republic. I will not start talking names. This is the arrival of Mr. Dendias gave you the idea. He's part of his name is among the names that are being discussed, but let me stay on the characteristics of the President. I'm saying this because you opted for Prokopis Pavlopoulos, who was focusing on the national issues. Ms. Sakelaropoulou, whom you voted for, opened another agenda. What are the necessary characteristics? Should it be a politician, a non-politician? This is also part of the debate, and I would like to hear your views on that. So what's your question? In your view, which should be the characteristics of the President of the Republic in the light of the previous paradigms? About a week ago, I made a statement in an event organized by the financial newspaper. And I said that at a point in time when we already have a President of the Republic who is entitled to a renewal of their mandate, and to start a debate about names by the Prime Minister himself is an issue, is practically offensive to the current President. So the Prime Minister could have said, stop, no, we are going to renew the current President's mandate. Because he didn't do that, so this leads us to think that he will find somebody else. So why is that? Because he made a mistake? Was she not good in performing her duties? And anyway, this gives me the opportunity to say two things. In my view, the institutional devaluation, and this is a difficult term to use, it depends on Article 32. Somebody who is on, we had said that the President should be elected with 151 votes minimum. And in case this is not feasible, not for the government, not to fall, but to have an election among the two first front runners. So, New Democracy at the beginning of 2019 imposed a position that is now become a constitutional provision that a President of the Republic may be elected with 120 votes in Parliament. But okay, it's not an executive position, but he is a guarantor, or the president is the guarantor of stability. They have certain rights. So at the back of our mind, we need to know that somebody whom we want to have all these characteristics should not be somebody who is coming from one specific party. No, the President of the Republic is not the Prime Minister. This is my position. This is how I see things. And I'm sure that people who do not agree with me on everything will agree to that. This should be the proper institutional attitude. This is an attitude for regarding the respect for this person. So any election with 120 votes would create possibly an issue for any government in power. It is obvious. It's not going on the basis of the Constitution as an imperative for the government to go to elections. But there are issues that create problems. But this, as regards different laws, but this is the election of one person. But if a political party is not supported by the majority of their political of their MPs, then something should happen. So when we're discussing the change of the Constitution, the amendments to the Constitution, do you think that we should change the powers of the President? No, I don't agree to that. I would have done that earlier. No, I believe that the power should lie with the Prime Minister, and we should have a distinct role for the President, but not move to the other end. So we have a bit more than 3 minutes. Maybe we'll take a bit more. How about you? Your progressive, what you call the progressive parties. You are in favor of unity, but we see that there are many divisions in the progressive area, but we even now have a patriotic left by Mr. Kasselakis. He self-declared patriotic left. So these divisions, which started already since 2015, these parts that have left your party, can they all be brought together again? Listen, you can't. The issue is not to bring the parts back together again. No, the problem is to diagnose the problem for the party and for the progressive area. There is no opposition. This is very bad to society, to the progressive people, and even to the governing party. So I wouldn't start from the need to bring them all together again, but the need for all these fragmented groups to come to an agreement on the basic issues, and if possible, to achieve a coordination at the parliament level. What we are experiencing is a contradiction. Even before the dictatorship and during the Metapolitefsis, we had governments that fell, never an opposition that fell. Now we see the fall of an opposition. Yes, this is an original situation, you're right. So the main opposition party did nothing in order to become the main opposition. They remained at the level of their electoral result, 12 point something. So I believe that everyone should assume their responsibilities vis-à-vis the country. You make me also want to say that I'm not so happy from what I saw from the media during of the meeting between the Prime Minister and the new leader of the opposition. For the past 50 years, the country has advanced, even though there were conflicts. The issue is not that we will not have a conflict. Papandreou did not make concessions to Konstantinos Karamanlis. Nobody. I don't think that the country did not do well. What we now need is a serious and well-structured and well-documented opposition. This is what the country needs. And in any case, the progressive forces of this country should be able to reply to a critical question. What will happen the day after? Because Mr. Androulakis corrected the impression. I will never govern along with Nea Demokratia as long as I am the president of PASOK. Yes, but things have to be done. They need to move in a different direction. There are three scenarios for the day after, for the next day in this country. When the Prime Minister says, I will not change the electoral law. So which are the possibilities? Mr. Mitsotakis may opt to collaborate with the extreme right parties, God forbid. Secondly, Nea Demokratia and PASOK may decide to collaborate. Mr. Androulakis does not wish that to happen. Or coalition among the progressive parties. But if the progressive parties do not start preparing for that, this will never happen, and therefore we will end up with one of the other two scenarios. This is not a popular front, as you say. Each country has its own particular characteristics, its own views. But what I'm saying is that there needs to be an effort or a quest to decide on a program for a new government, regarding also the main issues, and if there is consensus, then we may have the conditions for post-election alliances. But we need alternative policies and opposition. This is what the country needs now.
great honour for me and for the Council of International Relations, the newspaper VIMA and the Delphi Forum to welcome here today the Minister of National Defence, Mr. Nikos Dengias, either as Minister of Foreign Affairs in the years 2019-23, either now as the Minister for Defence. He has been involved, and very passionately, yes, so with the national security of Greece. For a country such as Greece, which is in a very difficult neighbourhood of the world and Europe, strategy and the plans for foreign policy and security policy are necessary for survival and prosperity, especially in a time where tectonic political changes take place. So he has helped shape national strategy in these last years. So you have replaced or repositioned Greece in matters of foreign policy, and you have brought Greece where the Greek presence had been missing. You have experienced, as the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the global geopolitical crisis, and I remember that you had in fact met up with the Russian political leadership only a few days prior to the invasion of Russia in Ukraine. And you are also experiencing it from this important position of Minister of Defence, and we are very interested in what you have to say. So let us know, if you can, what keeps you awake at night. And let us now welcome our Minister of Defence, Mr. Dengias. Oh, I thought that was overly generous of you. Very kind, those introductory words. I think that I am personally obliged, and I will not actually make any addresses. And I would like to avoid being overly formal and read a speech, and I would like to say a few things about this matter, and I hope that I'm up to the task, because this is a huge matter. Let me start from the past, as always, and let's look backwards. Let's see where we were. There were key parameters that the Greek political system, thankfully, through conflicts, of course, and with differing views initially, managed to find a common place, and that's the participation in the European Union. I don't think that it was obvious in the past, and the eldest amongst us will remember that. And it was not, in fact, something that all the political parties wanted. In fact, it was a minority view when Konstantinos Karamanlis put us in the EC at that time, and later and afterwards there was the creation of relations and then strategic relations with Israel, the Thessaloniki Agenda of 2003, the Greek response to the dissolution of the former Yugoslavia with the hostage of the Balkans, and we see that half of the Balkans have exceeded the eastern ones, and it's very critical to see the western ones follow suit. The accession of Cyprus in the EU, I believe that's one of the greatest triumphs of Greece, and a change of mindset towards Turkey with respect to its European prospects, and the consensus of a large part of the Greek political system that it would be beneficial for Greece, for Turkey to have a close relationship, and perhaps at a certain moment in time to become a member of our European family. Within this framework and within this framework of consensus, we saw the change of century with great optimism reigning in the planet. And that was, in fact, well-founded. I'm referring to the end of apartheid in South Africa, the Good Friday Agreement, whereby the Irish issue was resolved, the fall of the Berlin Wall, the unification of the two Germanys, the entry of China into the international system, symbolically through its entry into WTO, the Arab Spring. However, there we notice that this working hypothesis of an optimistic reality, which was expressed as the end of history, did not lead us to where we expected. It was perhaps a fallacy. So, always, because we have to put that dimension, Turkey, slowly but surely, and more obviously in the second decade of the 21st century, changed course, and it started diverging from the European acquis. Why is that important? Well, obviously it is. If Turkey, if by magic accepted tomorrow, all of the European acquis, 90%, if not more, of our problems and all of our differences would have been resolved. They would have accepted the law of the sea and the rules on whose basis the Greek-Turkish difference in the Aegean and Eastern Mediterranean could be resolved. So we didn't find ourselves in paradise in the 21st century. No, we found ourselves to a return of geopolitical competition, and there was, in fact, war anew in Europe and the world, and Turkey, since then, is tending towards neo-Ottoman standards of Germany, and it's completely different from what we expected. And I'm not bringing coal to Newcastle. I think it's obvious to us all that slowly but surely it is broadening the agenda of its claims towards Greece. Let me be clear from the outset so there's absolutely no misunderstanding, and this is something that I did as a Minister of Foreign Affairs, and I still do. We need to speak with Turkey. We need to converse. That is my view. However, speaking means that we always say how certain positions are unacceptable. They expect us to do so. Casus belli is internationally unacceptable. There's no other country that has, in fact, threatened war against a neighbouring or other country if it exercises its legitimate rights. And the Turkish-Libyan memorandum, which is, in fact, lacking in basis. So, and this void. So what did we do as the Mitsotakis government? Then I was in the office of Minister of Foreign Affairs. We had to face a nightmare. What was that nightmare? Of the geographical exclusion or isolation of Greece by the sea. If Morsi government had remained in power, it was already in advanced discussions with Turkey for the allocation of EEZ without these necessarily being aligned with the law of the sea. And if you actually add this to the Turkish-Libyan agreement, you understand that we would have been thus we would have found ourselves, in fact, trapped at sea. And after 50 years of negotiations, and perhaps it would be worth of a book to write why we need 50 years in order to thrash out the issue of such zones. And we actually had, in fact, discussions with Egypt, and there was a completely different tack there. until now, Greece discussed under a condition that in the negotiations it would receive 100% of what it claimed. The agreement with Egypt was not one such. It is an extremely beneficial one for Greece, in my view. It is a compromise on the mutual demands. And this is what the Greek political system and the Greek public opinion acclaimed. And it showed how wrong the tack that we'd taken was before, because Libya was, in fact, offering in the past 63% of what it claimed under Gaddafi. And we turned them down. Now we are fighting with the Turkish-Libyan agreement, that is. So I wanted to actually state that this has a further dimension, and this is going to reinforce another argument that I'm going to make. It has the dimension of giving an explanation to Turkey and the cancelling out on Turkish side of an argument that Greece is not ready to discuss. So, the Turks would say that Greece does not actually agree with us, but neither do they agree with the Italians who are their friends. And with the Egyptians, the agreement, to any benevolent observer, would in fact be an incentive to have such an agreement under the setting of the international law of the sea. But if it's not under that framework, it's as if it's simply poetry. If we were to resolve a geometrical equation, and one actually uses Euclidean geometry and the other the geometry that doesn't have the use of parallels, they will never resolve any type of exercise, ever. And that is the whole exercise with Turkey. Turkey refused to comprehend, and I don't think that was because they didn't understand what the partial Greek-Egyptian agreement meant. Also, the first government of Mitsotakis had bilateral defence agreements with various countries, such as France, which was of huge importance, and I signed, with UAE, which I also signed, two with the US, which I also had the honour of signing. Especially there with the Emirates, we read correctly the new geopolitical landscape. This was and wasn't, and isn't rather, Arabs and Israelis. Israel, with certain Arab countries, in the same half, with respect to other countries and other mentalities. So together with our agreement with the Emirates and with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we improved our relations with Bahrain and Egypt. As Minister of Foreign Affairs, I had gone 17 times to Egypt, and more generally, we applied, and this was serving our theorem of security. We have, in fact, concentric circles, or circles that are like the rings of Olympic Airways, and we were involved with India, with sub-Saharan Africa, and the insular countries of this planet, and international organizations. We were elected to the Security Council of the UN. We were actually able to go into the Francophonie organization, and this was something that went far from the specific way that we used to see foreign policy. And there have been, in fact, very important good results. Our Ocean Conference was organized in Athens, and perhaps we didn't reap the benefits that we wanted for reasons that we could explain. But we see that this is not something that we have to analyze now. The second Mitsotakis government had to face a very difficult geopolitical situation. Two major wars, one in the north, in Ukraine, the Russian invasion, one in the south, Middle East, civil war in Sudan, terrorism and jihadists in sub-Saharan Africa prevailing, and we see that France was ousted from this region, full instability in the Gulf. It was chaotic as an environment. Here, the role of the strong deterrent, which are the armed forces, acquires a very important role. And when we're talking about armed forces, we all know, and we know it well, we love all people who wear the honourable uniform of the Hellenic Navy, but there was a great reform that was very much needed, which was Agenda 2030. The armed forces cannot be those who simply guard those camps, military camps that are spread out throughout Greece. So we had to branch out into cyber security in order to protect Greek citizens and Greek society, but also to be able to have the possibility to assist in natural disasters when we have global warming. Armed forces, especially for Greece, are the ultimum refugium, the last refuge, and we saw this in Thessaly when we had to do things that were beyond their mission and duties. But they did actually succeed in doing so. What is very important is we need to have a change of culture, a change of mindset with different things. And we see that there is, in fact, the relation of power with the Napoleon forces, the hierarchy within the army, and how they actually enter into formations. In Ukraine, we saw that these are things of the past. So we have, in fact, in the Kised, opted for a different way of having drones, anti-drones, different armament and cyber war capacities and capabilities, and a different way of going about in armament programs. Tomorrow I'm going to speak before the Parliament about the budget. There are political parties and there are even citizens who think that we squander too much money on defence. And I would like to ask, how do you measure that? How can you say too much and not too little? Perhaps we shouldn't need to pay any money in this realm. But let's look at the threat. Which is the threat against which we will measure if it's too much or too little? What is the capabilities of the person who is threatening us? Are we, in fact, squandering money when our rival has, in fact, expressed their intention to enter into war with us, and they spend so much money? How do we define too much or too little? One more thing. Is it not already mature or belated for Greece to have an anti-air attack dome or anti-drone? They say that you are replicating Israel. They have a dome against missiles. We are doing that against drones. And in 1 year, we have produced the first Greek anti-drone system that was put to the test in the Red Sea under proper war conditions. The Aegean. To have an anti-missile wall in the Aegean, isn't that what we should do? What are we going to do? Are we going to do what the Persians did in Salamis and put the big boats in there and allow others to attack us? No. It's a lot cheaper. rather than addressing the problems in conventional ways. You know, our aviation, is in fact the most important tool that we have. So what is in fact going to be our way of going about it? You have to be dynamic in the way that you address these. There was, in fact, a conference yesterday about innovation. Elkak is the Greek Centre for Innovation. Well, that's not something original. It's something that we replicated from France, the UK, the US, the Emirates, and Elkak has in fact attended a competition. How do we actually address huge sets of drones? And we had 21 responses with technical specifications. That means answers. And 41 was judged to be very serious. We have huge capacity if we mobilize our human resources and if we mobilize the Greek minds. What does the future hold? I have already explained that the hardcore security provider, that means the Greek armed forces, have to actually be in line with what we have on our agenda, Agenda 2030, in order to be up to the task that they are called upon to play. We have to make it absolutely clear to absolutely everybody, because, you know, you can only be friends when you're correct, that we will follow the same multifaceted approach in our foreign policy. We want to discuss and to affect decisions which are reached above and beyond the very narrow circle of the EU and the very narrow circle that has to do with our own region. What happens with the evolution of the Montego Bay Convention is something that's very important. I was, in fact, able to actually see how important this was. The law of the sea will influence the rights of Hellenism in the future, for time to come. We saw what happened in the Red Sea. We see that Piraeus and Thessaloniki and Alexandroupoli and Kavala are losing all value as ports.
So we have every reason to see what's happening in sub-Saharan Africa unless we decide that the migration is not an issue that's related to Greece in any way. This would be rather paradoxical in nature. So we have every reason to look at the Orthodox Christian populations wherever they are in the wider region, not only when they are at risk, but we should think of them as permanent interlocutors. And I understand the fear that is created by the migratory issue to Europe, to the European societies. But my humble opinion is that particularly for populations that adopt from the get-go part of our culture and part of our tradition should always, and I'm talking about the Greek state and the Hellenic Republic, should always embrace these populations. So what about the demographic now? We need to address that issue. Greece in the 21st century is running the risk of becoming a country with 7 million elderly people. And this is not something that we can deal with welfare benefits and allowances that will actually bear fruit in 60, 70 years from now. This is not a threat that is far away in the horizon. So there is a minimum number of troops needed by the armed forces to respond to any threat. So if the Greeks cannot have this minimum number of soldiers, then we would become defenseless. And I'm saying this having actually dismissed, and I'm not saying that there would be a difference. I am against a professional army. So ever since the foundation of the Greek state, we've always had citizens serving in the army. So the citizens play an important role. So we're talking about citizens bearing arms, citizens protecting their country and fighting for their country. So you cannot actually pay for these services. And we have the Greek citizens, and we also have the armed forces. So in the first semester of 2025, conscription will change. There'll be different training, a different staffing, a different mentality, a different uniform. You'll see all this unfolding in the near future. So something else that we need to have as a country is civil protection. And we're talking about protecting the Orthodox minorities. I was at St. Katerini in Mount Sinai. We have a lot of icons. It's a great number of icons, the biggest wealth either. So we know these monasteries are important, and so are the patriarchates and our monuments, the Orthodox monuments in the Balkan region and elsewhere. And since we're talking about the Balkans, the Western Balkans must remain an area which is dedicated, to which we are dedicated, absolutely. And one aim is to try to stop, to prevent Islamic fundamentalism from taking root in these areas. This is an existential threat. And let me digress by saying that there are, and I'm saying it positively, when I use the word conservative, this has a positive connotation when I use it. So we have conservatism, and then we don't have progress as its opposite, but we have stagnation and rotting up of things. So rotting is a bad thing. So we shouldn't let things decay. So we need to preserve our presence in the Western Balkans, and the monuments need to be restored, and we need to have an active presence. We have an active presence in Kosovo. We're expanding in Bosnia-Herzegovina. We have air patrolling. So our country should not even allow friendly countries to have a monopoly in the Western Balkan region. It is of vital interest to us, and we must protect it. And let me say that it's very important for our foreign minister to sign the agreement to go to The Hague to solve the dispute with Albania, just like had been originally encouraged. And this is something we've been proposing to Turkey, to go to The Hague, but they keep refusing to do so. There were problems with Albania, and I think that right now we understand perfectly well why Greece is behaving like it is towards Albania, because we see that there are certain irregularities when it comes to protecting the rule of law. But this agreement with Albania must be signed at a certain point in time. Now, let me conclude by saying that the matter is pretty simple. It was solved many years ago. Now, there is a very interesting and very bitter discussion, bitter and its end, rather. Following the 10 first years of the Peloponnesian War, I don't know if you well remember what we said at school. We have peace, and this is a time used by Athenians to become stronger at the sea. So they go to Milos and Alcibiades, the general. And the people of Milos ask the self-evident. They say to them, leave us alone and let us be neutral. We will never harm you, Athenians. But the Athenians, of course, answer saying the following. You say that you're right, but when we have power, we can impose what is right. When we are not powerful, we cannot impose what is right. So then the powerful do whatever they are allowed to do because of their power, their military might, and the weak actually have to give up everything because they are weak. Or, as is written, δυνατά δε οι προύχοντες πράσουσι, οι δε ασθενείς συγχωρούσι. That is what is mentioned in the ancient Greek text, and I don't think that we should be with the weak. Thank you very much. So peace through the powerful, the mighty. Thank you very much, Defense Minister. Wonderful plans for the immediate future. I hope that everything will be implemented soon because this is for the benefit of our country. And thank you for the great work you're doing at the ministry. Thank you very much, and we wish you the very best. Thank you very much.
So the next panel, Greece, alliances and the role of the diaspora. We have three very notable speakers. Mr. Andreas Loverdos, whom I'd like to thank. He was the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs in the beginning of the noughties, Minister of Education, Labour, and you were an MP for 23 years, right? Indeed. And a Professor of Law at the university. And I think that your achievements in academia are even better known than your ones in the political realm. Maira Mirogianni, General Secretary for Greeks Abroad and Public Diplomacy at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and of course, Othan Anastasakis, who's the Director of European Studies at St. Antony's College, and he's also director of the Centre for Southeastern Europe Studies at the University of Oxford. So let us now kick off with matters that have to do with alliances. We're not going to make a round of presentations, but with Mr. Loverdos, I imagine that we're going to talk about NATO, and that is a very critical moment for this historical alliance. And I see that it's the biggest one that we've ever seen. We have also recently had the Secretary General, Mr. Rutte, and Mr. Scholberg, and I must say that he's now president in the Security Conference and we'll see him in Munich. So tell us a few things about NATO and the alliances. Focusing on Greece. Yes, Cypriot. I have 3 to 5 minutes, right? 5. First and foremost, I'd like to thank you, Mr. Tsamokos, for the invitation, ladies and gentlemen. So, because of the US elections and the possibility of the re-election of Trump, we've had a discussion with respect to NATO. And in Politico, journalists wondered whether our problem with respect to NATO and with respect to countries such as Greece, whether the states will actually leave, or rather when it will leave. So a few months ago, in July, in the US, a university professor, after the Washington NATO summit, said that it is now certain that the United States are not going to apply Article 5, with respect to which the attack against a NATO country is an attack against all. And there are, in fact, a lot of things to be done before anything like that comes to pass, but we see that this interpretation of what Trump will do is the setting. Is he going to surprise us by saying things like that? No. Other leaders have, in fact, spoken about their concerns, and he talked about NATO as a herbivore that's at risk by the carnivore, and a bit earlier as brain dead. And I remember Obama, and it was like it was today. I think he was the most important president of the US in the last decades, characterizing the Europeans as free riders. And we depend on the Americans for our defense, not giving the necessary percentages of our budgets for defense and for the alliance. Now, if one were to wonder if NATO is necessary and whether it helps us, I don't think that we'd need to actually talk, in fact, at length about the fact that NATO has been engaged in regional wars. I think it's sufficient to look at Ukraine and see the war there to see how important it is in terms of deterrence. Why were the Russians afraid? Why are they afraid of NATO expanding to their southern borders? There is a dialogue with respect to how NATO has to function, but that is a different matter, unrelated with the two extremes that could be the extension of the re-election of Trump and what this would mean for NATO. So we see there were similar concerns of the President of the US, but this translated into pressure towards the allies to use for their expenses what has been agreed. The agreement has to do with our obligation to spend 2% of our GDP on defence. Over many years, I was a member of the Parliamentary Assembly of NATO. I had the possibility, because Greece always spent more than 2%, to underscore our contribution. But countries, powerful ones, such as the Federal Republic of Germany, that were below this, would speak in derogatory tones towards us, because they said, yes, you do exceed 2%, but a large part of this percentage goes for salaries and pensions of those who work in the sector of defence. After 2019, we are in the position to say that we have exceeded all limits set by our obligations towards our allies. I'm referring to the 2025 budget, which is being discussed in Parliament. We have far exceeded 2%, 2.47% of our GDP. And please note that every year this, in fact, is increasing and decisively. And I remember that it fell in the bailout programs, and it has in fact exceeded now that of 2009, and the percentage of our expenses for defence is far greater than what is foreseen for such spending by NATO. But we have to look if we are actually within a second limit. So 20% of that spending should be for technology and armament. And indeed, we do exceed it, and we almost have double the amount. So we're very much okay. The fact is that the Minister explained exactly why, but if you want, I can be more specific about these expenses, the expenditure, and what the future holds for the spending. And we see that we can see this as a product for development. And I would like to close by saying that nothing will come to pass from the extremes that the analysts are mentioning. There will be further pressure by the US President, who in a recent interview, the first after his election to NBC, said what caused, in fact, concern internationally. If Russia attacks a member of the alliance, we will not actually go to save them, and I invite Russia to do so. I don't think we're actually at risk of this, because the United States will put pressure on the Europeans to actually be up to the task that their obligations impose. And I would like to expound afterwards about these matters related to development in the discussions. And I think that these are all related to dormant NATO, which is a rather difficult term to translate into Greek. It's something that is, in fact, lying low, but when necessary, it forges ahead dynamically. But I'm at your disposal to analyse this in the discussion. Let me be a bit naive, because you're a professor at law. There's Article 5, which is the nucleus, the core. But what happens if a member attacks another member? Does that change? Can it change? It might be a bit naive, but it's critical for us. Yes, this is a very basic discussion, which is, however, not based on reality. It's something that had really concerned us in the past, and there had been a great debate in the Parliament. But it's a political matter. It's not a matter of agreement. It's of a political nature. If you were to ask me, how do I see the United States, which is the predominant power In our day-to-day jargon in NATO, they call them the boss of this alliance. The Trump term, despite what has been said or written about his friendship with Erdogan and Putin, was one in which in the last 2 or 3 years marked the most important Greek-US rapprochement, and it was the minister at the State Department that created this unprecedented rapprochement. And the so-called Article 5 that is invoked by those who are afraid for the future of the alliance with respect to the new term of Trump is not something that will concern us. Let's look at Hellenism and the Greek diaspora. Mrs. Mirogianni is going to talk more broadly about this new strategic plan that you have developed together with the minister a few days or weeks ago. And there is a great study undertaken because there is a belief that the economic crisis was, in fact, key for this. Mr. Anastasakis, you're going to talk about this later, but I'd like to talk about certain personal experiences that are directly related. In the years that I was in the Greek-American Chamber, we actually went on many journeys, and we were involved with Greeks in the US. So we had a lot of quite famous figures, and we see that we are losing the third generation. Kids no longer speak Greek, and they're completely alienated from Hellenism. This is something that I also see in the last visits that I make. In my most recent visit to Israel, and I saw this from COVID, I went to Jerusalem and I saw large groups of young children, boys and girls, and they were walking around Jerusalem. And I said, "Is that habitual?" And they responded, "Yes, they bring children who live in Europe and other countries in order to see their homeland, to learn. What will we do in order to create an extremely robust network amongst the Greeks of the diaspora with the centre here?" We had actually tried to do this, but can you tell us about your new plans?
Gladly. Before I talk about the diaspora, I was thinking how I can link it to what the minister said about NATO. So I'm going to talk about public diplomacy, because this is a very important part of what we're talking about. And of course, Greece has a position in NATO, a specific position due to the expenditure it incurs, and it's important in the context of public diplomacy to highlight this as a country, particularly in international organizations. We have a strong presence now, and we have a strong voice from 2019 onwards. We know that the image of Greece has changed totally abroad, and how we actually talk to other countries, and this is something we can capitalize on together, and we can see how we can communicate this with further actions. Now let me talk about the diaspora. Let me begin with something mentioned earlier by the minister, i.e. that Greece, and I'm talking about the demographic issue, might end up becoming a country of 7 million elderly people. But let's not forget that we have another Greece abroad, as many Greeks abroad. So half of Greece is abroad, and these people are strong. They are ambassadors of the Greek language and the Greek culture and of the Greek traditions as well. So we must do everything in our power to make this link stronger, because as you rightly said, we have third generation young people of Greek descent, and they lose their link with the language, the Greek language. And as you said with Israel, they have these programs, and the only prerequisite is for them to be connected somehow to the country. Of course, the dynamic is different, the needs are different, and so on and so forth. But we have the strategic plan in place. This was drafted by Mr. Kotsiras under the supervision of Mr. Villera Petritis, our minister. We have many actions. We also have hospitality programs. This is an action that is very popular. So we're talking now about young people from 12 to 18 and from 18 to 25. So they come, they go to summer camps, or they go to summer schools in different universities. So this means they come into contact with the country. This institution was somewhat dormant, but in 2024 we started anew, and we saw that there are very good results. And we also had a conference, a youth conference as well, aged 18 to 25. And what was so different about it, and the impact was immediate, and we are very proud of that. So people participated in the panels, young people, and the moderators were the people who are usually speakers. So these young people were allowed to talk about climate change, art, politics, social cohesion, whatever was of interest to them, whatever sparked their interest. They exchanged ideas. We adopt proposals. We heard a lot, and we've actually adopted a lot. And we are already implementing some of them, and we see that there's a lot we can do. And there is some added value as well, meaning those who participated in the panel were from 4 continents and 16 countries. So we're very pleased about that. What is important is that these people have become Greek diaspora ambassadors. So they'll go back to their countries, carry out actions on a Greek diaspora. So in just the space of a few days, these people got together, they became friends, and now with social media and WhatsApp, etc., there's networking, and this is very dynamic. So you need to work a lot on that, of course, and everybody needs to contribute. And I see Mr. Larigaki here, and I'd like to say that this must be done by way of cooperation. This is very interesting. You can actually say something. He's from the Hellenic American Institute. This is an organization founded by Eugenios Rosidis in 1974, and a lot has been done. So, Professor, you carried out a study, and you are both here and there, so you can talk to us about this. So, first of all, let me thank you. It's a great honor. It's a great joy. And we know that we have metapolitevsi in the title. And let me give you a historical dimension. So metapolitevsi was a turning point. We're talking about the connection between the Greeks of the diaspora and the Greek state. So we see that democracy was consolidated in Greece, but also the relations were consolidated between diaspora. It's Article 108, which says that the nation state is obliged to protect the diaspora wherever it may be. And we see that PASOK had better relations with the diaspora. That's where the whole movement began. Then we have the General Secretariat for Diaspora Greeks. Then we had SAE, the Council of the Hellenic Diaspora. Then we have various issues, Greek-Turkish relations, the Macedonian dispute. So the Greeks of the diaspora are interested in all of this. And then we also had the entry into the European Union. And this changed the way we saw migration in Europe. Now, 2009, what you said previously. So we have a problem. There's a crisis in the model after the metapolitevsi, just like the entire country. So the Greeks of the diaspora lose their faith in Greece. They don't trust it anymore. So we see there is no money flowing in from the diaspora. There is some kind of suspicion and doubt as to how the Greek state is functioning. Then we have an institutional crisis, and this is something we see a lot. And we see that the consulate markets are losing strength. For example, in Britain, when we had the huge migratory wave to Britain, the general consulate became a consulate. It was downgraded, and it has to deal with 3 times the population it normally serves because a lot of people came to Britain. In this period, we also had the crisis in the SAE, the Council of Hellenic Greeks Abroad, and there's a lot of mobility in Europe. We're talking about Greeks who leave Greece. This was the brain drain, but they also go to new destinations. We're not talking about huge figures, though, for these new destinations. So what's good about all this is that the crisis acts finally as a catalyst in order for us to allow for Greeks living abroad to vote. In the past, they used to come here to vote and then go back to their country, the country of residence. So this, of course, changed for the better. And since we talked a lot about the new geopolitical situation, let me say something about that. So this also acts as a catalyst in the way in which the Greek diaspora functions in an uncertain environment, in an environment where everybody talks about defense and security and the national issues. Let me just cite an example. Mr. Larigakis knows this better than I do. So we don't have an interest only in the Cyprus issue and the Greek-Turkish relations, but the diaspora looks at Greece as part of the Eastern Mediterranean. And there we have various activities, various, if you like, actions in the U.S. dealing not only with the balance, the defense balance between Turkey and Greece, but also with energy. And another thing that is also very important is that we don't it's not just diaspora. We see the different diasporas. So diaspora abroad in one country is now linked to another country. For example, we have the Jewish diaspora working with the Greek diaspora, or the Greek diaspora working together with the Egyptian diaspora in the U.S., for example, or elsewhere. And we also have something else, and this is another way to look at diaspora. Let's look at the brain drain. How do we actually help the Greek economy? And I'm talking about the people who have left and gone to another country. How can we use them as ambassadors? Because these people abroad can open up new markets for the Greek economy. And one last thing that I'd like to mention, the role of technology, what we call digital diplomacy. That's decisive. So we're talking about digital and all the sectors in which it is used. So the diaspora is not informed by Greece. It uses many sources, platforms, and all the traditional organizations that existed mainly in the US are now more focused. So we see that the digital aspect has become dominant, not only in our case, but all over the world. Now let me give the floor to Mr. Laringaki, but let me also recognize another honorable member of the Greek diaspora, Mr. Achilleas Tsaltas, who is from Australia. He lived there for many years. He also lived in London for many years, and now he's actually commuting between Athens and London. He has created the Athens Democracy Forum, which is held every September. So I don't know if he'd like to say something. Please take the floor. And Art for Tomorrow, and cultural democracy. Well, I only knew the Athens Democracy Forum. Thank you very much, Mr. Tsomokos, for giving me this opportunity. And due to the fact that we actually speak Greek, I will try to converse in Greek. And now I'll switch, says the gentleman, to English.
In my opinion, are not a diaspora, number one. So we need to characterize it that they're not diaspora, at least not in the United States. Not every Greek who lives abroad is in the same category. They don't have the same needs. And I believe the United States, without being biased, and you can put Canada into this, falls into a completely and separate category all to itself. As you mentioned, it's in the third, I would argue it's probably into the fourth plus generation of Greek American. There's only about 2 million at most. But even if we're 3, as the State Department says, that still makes us less than 1/2 of the population. 90% of all marriages that take place in the church today, according to the statistics of the church, 90% are interfaith marriages. I'm not saying that as a negative. I'm saying it's a fact. And I deal in facts and realities and not in theories. And therefore, the demographics, you talked about demographics in Greece, which I totally agree with, but the demographics of the Greek American community are changing dramatically as well. Now, from where I stand, I feel very strongly that the Greek American community, given that Hellenism, and what better other ism is there in the world than Hellenism? Okay, maybe there I am biased, but I don't think so. Okay, because even a famous Jewish American said that once in one of our conferences. Okay, so they embrace it. They embrace it at different levels, though. Okay, they embrace it when it comes to the cultural component. I submit to you they embrace it when it comes into the church component because of the converts who become part of the Orthodox faith, and it creates a strength in the community. Where they don't embrace it, and we better start realizing this, is they don't embrace it, okay, when it comes to promoting τα λεγόμενα εθνικά θέματα. And I want to get into statistics, but I've been doing this for 38 years, and I've traveled the United States back and forth. I know the community very well. And this is an area where, at least in the United States, where you need the most assistance for advocacy, it's not in the DNA of the Greek American of today to be completely and actively involved or to even understand the issues. Oh, sure, those who come to Greece, they want to come enjoy Greece. The sun, the beaches, the beautiful weather, and all the beautiful people. No one has ever seen an overflight, but there was 2,000 of those 2 years ago. No one sees the casus belli or understands the casus belli. They don't see this, but it's a problem, and we need to try to translate that into the community. The last thing I'll say is, as an organization, we've tried to do what you just said about bringing students to Greece. 17 years ago, I identified this problem with the next generation of Greek American. So after 17 years, I've been bringing 10 students from 10 different universities every year to Greece, Washington, Cyprus, and Greece. Strictly immersion on the foreign policy issues. It's been a successful program. Now, we're not saving the world with 200 students that went through the program, but and Birthright Israel, which is the model, was because of a tremendous amount of money that was given by a private citizen. And the last thing, because this is an important component. The power of the Greek American community is not in the individual Greek American community. It's in the power of the institutions and the organizations. Without organizations, you do nothing. And those organizations are also being challenged.
Thank you very much, Nick. Σε ευχαριστώ πολύ. Να σε καλά. Μια και είμαστε στην Αμερική, κύριε Λοβέρδο, να
Since we are in America, Mr. Lovergos, let's talk about the new government, President Trump-elect, what's going to happen in NATO. Everybody's wondering. Nobody knows. The water is rather muddy. So could you actually express some ideas and thoughts? So I made it clear when I first intervened. I fully agree that after 2019, Greece has found its position again in the international organizations. It's regained its prestige. This prestige had been lost during the bailout programs, particularly in the last period, i.e. that of the third bailout program. This means two things. It means, first of all, that it can spend money that meets the needs that it has, and it also has to do with its political stance. So we have nothing to fear from the new Trump period, the second office of President Trump. And remember what happened with Mark Pompeo. I believe that the new foreign minister of the U.S. Will be around about the same. At least that's what it looks like. Now, as far as expenditures are concerned, let me remind you that they follow the GDP. And now I was looking, because I wanted to make a second round of remarks. Let's see how much is earmarked, 242 billion for 2025. So in 2009, it was 239 billion. And it is expected in 2028 to reach 272 billion defense expenditure, which means that our expenditure for defense will increase. Now, the pressure towards the member states of NATO by President Trump, well, that's nothing of concern to us. Of course, it doesn't concern the Germans. It used to concern them until the year 2 years ago because they were below 2%. And of course, it doesn't concern the UK or France for that matter. But it does concern, and 2% is not considered a ceiling. It's the threshold, rather. So when we have reached 2.5%, well, I think there is a big gap with other countries. And this time our stance is honest, which means that we have become more trustworthy, more reliable, because we're not talking about expenditures regarding payroll or pensions. This expenditure is totally defense related. The minister said it, and he was right in what he said. I don't believe that we should worry, though, when it comes to our defense matters and the Greek-Turkish relations. So we shouldn't fear anything from Trump's second term in office. Up until now, we see that the results have been positive. And since this is something that is a buzzword, I might have mentioned it before, and I'm talking about what VIMA is doing in general and what you're doing as well. As far as the events in Syria, and I've been monitoring as much as I can. And of course, it's like a ball, if you like, of wool, which we need to unravel. But I don't think that Turkey will benefit from the situation. Now, in relation to the Kurdish state, and we have had an ambassador being appointed by President Trump. Everything has happened very quickly, and the fact that Trump is going to be the next president, well, this has led to a chain of events. I don't think that the Hezbollah-Netanyahu agreement was the result of this possibility. But what I'd like to say today, and this is what I would like to contribute, is that Greece in this front, which was a front where we were the cunning partner, not only in politics but also economics, meaning we never did what we should, and in politics we didn't participate. In order for one of our ships to go to the Middle East, there was a big fuss here. Now everything has been resolved. We are an equitable partner, very prestigious, and this is good for our defense because, I repeat, that this defense, if you like, alliance acts as a deterrent. We're not talking about regional wars like Afghanistan, so it's a deterrent force and it's strong. Now, just one last phrase, and we also have Turkey being a member of NATO, and as Dendia said, it pays a lot more, and it's very willing to participate in all the armed conflicts in which NATO participates, because there's no democracy, so if some of its soldiers are killed, there is no interest by the public. And of course, the fact that we are both members in NATO, this means that we might not backslide in the way that you insinuated. This is something that I have experienced. Who is the new president to NATO of Greece? Mr. Nikolaidis is coming back. He's also the diplomatic advisor to the Prime Minister. Well, by January we'll know. So let us now conclude. Thank you very much. Mr. Melogiannis, you're talking about this connection between consulates and diaspora, something like that. And the professor actually said a lot of interesting things. So, first of all, in relation to the consulates, yes, there are many problems in the presentation and in the plan that we actually mentioned in the presence of the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister started his talk saying that going to a consulate is linked to having a hard time. And this is something we need to change. Of course, we must always remember that we've come out of a crisis. There's a staffing issue, but we are using digital tools now as well. We have My Consul Live. We have digital appointments. And we will also use digital for passports. So we're trying to decongest the procedures. And this is something we've been hearing a lot from the communities. I was in Toronto just a short while ago, and they told me the big problem that they have. So I think we are on the right track, though. And let's hope that this time next year, we'll be able to say more hopeful things. And I think Australia has the same problem.
Indeed, there are certain points that have that problem, but I think with the digital tools and with staffing, this will also be improved. As with procedures, they need to be improved. I'd like to dwell on something that you said with respect to facilitating voting. It was a choice of the government to have, in fact, the possibility to vote by post, and this will go beyond the European elections, or also expanding the right of voting to the Greeks abroad. And I think this also proves tangibly how important Greeks abroad are in general and how important they are for Greece. You talked about the language, and I didn't broach that point. Greek as a language is very important, and we're undertaking a lot of action in order to reinforce the teaching of Greek at school and to have a digital platform for learning Greek. This year, we reached a political decision, and we have reinforced the seat, and I'm also making certain that there are such seats of Hellenic studies abroad. When it comes to brain drain, we are in fact making actions. Brain drain may be used because those who have gone abroad are the ambassadors for our country. But we are undertaking actions to show that in Greece there's no need for that. Mr. Anastasakis, would you like to delve into that point? Because I know that you have a lot of personal knowledge. Well, we work together, we do coincide in our ideas. And you did refer to that with the concept of diplomacy. And I do know that every country is different, and we have to face it as such. So we see that we can have different communities that were also traditional, which are key, but it's also very important to see that they're connected to the church, because Orthodoxy has in fact kept Hellenism alive for many years, and we have to recognize it. And the fact that people might know the issues, and that's why we decided that we need to have a Greek symposium to bring them to Greece and to hear about what is of concern for them, because you can't actually have the future generation which is completely unrelated to foreign policy. It's something that you need to expand. Yes, we hope to do so, and I hope next year we will have more to say on this respect. Now, I would like to react to what Mr. Loverdo said. Indeed, the Greek-American and the bilateral ties with Turkey are very important, and with the US even more. But my greatest concern, and I'm not at all at rest with the election of Trump, that Europe is in a very weak position. I mean, France and Germany are in very difficult positions, and I think we haven't actually looked at this discussion within the European setting. I think that Germany will find its way after the elections of February. There'll be a coalition. I think France will find it difficult to actually find its bearings, but I think Mr. Bayrou will be the Prime Minister. It's just been announced. Shall we remain, because we've got a very interesting discussion with the President of the opposition party.
Καλωσορίζουμε τον πρόεδρο του.
Let's welcome the president of PASOK, Nikos Androulakis, to this conference organized by the TO VIMA newspaper, the Delphi Economic Forum, and the Council of Greece in Global Affairs. There's no introduction necessary, just to tell you that you have been established in your position, you have won 2 elections, and you consistently increase the appeal of your party. Today, we have now come to the position of the main opposition party. Mr. Tsipras sent you a hint earlier by saying that you became the main opposition, but you didn't do anything to grow your party. It just happened. Anyway, as regards the 50 years of foreign policy, the last 50 years, there was a PASOK government during practically 50% of those years. You are a younger generation politician. You have not been in positions to manage such policies, so you have no victories but no defeats either. How do you, what is your report? What do you think about this whole? So we need to be fair. The μεταπολίτευση starts because of a national tragedy, which means that what should happen and what actually happened, for everyone to be very careful in order to avoid mistakes that were made prior to 1974, so as to avoid further tragedies. This, to an extent, did happen. Some parties, for instance ours, have helped on the basis of an integrated strategy. Others, not so much because of their strategies, which were incomplete. But the framework remains stable with a number of mistakes. I think that the Helsinki strategy was the main achievement of these 50 years, which has led to the accession of Cyprus to the European Union without having achieved a solution to the Cyprus issue. This is a great success, and as a result, we are now experiencing, or other Greek Cypriots are now experiencing a framework of security under the difficult circumstances of their region, since Turkey's attitude has changed a lot since the Helsinki years. A second thing which is very important, all those who have horizontally helped us move the foreign relations with those who did not instrumentalize them for different reasons, which means that they are the minority. Very few were those who risked to develop strategic plans which would bring about effective results, such as was the case with Helsinki. The brave actions that brought about results were few. You are talking about the Semitic period. So, in your view, since during the period of Konstantinos Karamanlis and Andreas Papandreou, before Kostas Simitis, wasn't there a consistent framework policy? Let me explain. The framework has remained more or less stable, but the result, the national success, was the result of a plan based on the Helsinki strategy. Could we have achieved more? Yes, but unfortunately the Karamanlis government, to some extent, and not only through the New Democracy Party, but because of with the existence of other parties as well, they did not achieve what could have been achieved. Erdogan at the time had a different agenda. They needed the EU in order to open the different chapters, in order to dismantle the deep Kemal state. So that's why I have repeatedly said that today European Turkey is a chimera, is a utopia, because they're not interested. Now they're looking at the strategic depth, Asia, Middle East, Southern Caucasus, the Far East, and not at what we were considering to be their priorities. Do you also believe in the theory of lost opportunities? Listen, time is not working in our favor. Now, if it is working against us, that I don't know. Let me repeat. During the 80s, the 70s, the 90s to some extent, in the Middle East and the Maghreb countries around the Mediterranean, they were the regimes ruled by mainly Baath party governments they were barbaric, they were autocratic, but they were competing with Turkey. And the fact that there was a competition there was assisting this country, although including, of course, the European factor, despite the fact that the European integration had not been achieved yet. But this environment is not there anymore. But we need to proceed by looking at what we can do, but also at our environment. If in Syria, for instance, a government emerges which will be a satellite of Turkey, we may end up with a new agreement, like the Turkish-Libyan agreement, a Turkish-Syrian agreement. This means that time is not working in our favor. So I would like to see an integrated strategy that will carefully evaluate what is happening around us. I don't want to set the bar very high, because objectives are set repeatedly by this government that are impossible to achieve. In the past, I heard that there was a window of opportunity. Maybe it has been closed now already. And the government started a dialogue with a number of expectations with Turkey. Is it realistic in your view? Because I hear your reservations as regards the Greek-Turkish dialogue. What are your concerns? On the other hand, we have the domestic attacks by inside the New Democracy Party, which complicate things. Yesterday, former Prime Minister Antonis Samaras was wondering what do Fidan and our foreign minister are talking for such long periods. So, do you believe that there are debates or talks which are not transparent? Listen, this is not the first time that affairs that relate to the New Democracy Party affect our political life. It has happened in the past. These are the internal party disagreements. As far as whether we should be talking to Turkey, we should be talking, but without illusions. Mr. Gerapetridis has promoted very high expectations, while the environment was not appropriate. I mean, in relation to the Greek-Turkish dialogue. Is it possible now to go to The Hague on just the one issue, that is the continental shelf? In my view, the issues that Turkey brings to the agenda, this is not possible. In the hypothetical case where we would arrive to a compromissory document, which are your expectations? If it were just on this issue, I think that we should have a united front in the foreign policy, no more. But new issues emerge constantly, and let us not forget the minorities. The only party that has worked to provide a better life and rights to this minority, the Muslim minority, is the PASOK. We opened schools and Erdogan has placed this issue at the very center of the party's philosophy. Although this is an issue that has been resolved by the Treaty of Lausanne. The then foreign minister, in one of his talks with Mr. Mavlutoglu, said, why do you talk about demilitarization of the islands when we are faced with a casus belli? Who gave him this right to connect the casus belli with the demilitarization of the islands? So, as regards Turkey and as regards the Balkan policy in the Balkans, the government did not have a clear plan and a strategic framework. And this we can see in Kosovo with the different views between Bakoyannis and Gerapetritis, because this is the strategic depth of this country is in the Balkans. So two important government officials should not disagree on that, on Kosovo, for instance. So in case of a serious crisis with Turkey, whom should Greece call, Washington or Brussels? Because the international environment has become like moving sands and is not so clear to whom we should address the phone call. Before they start making phone calls or being exciting the rhetoric, like using populist rhetoric, we should clarify things. Does anybody in this room believe that Turkey is going to become a member of the EU? I keep on saying it since 2017. This is not true. We should not be the bad guys, but in 2004 Turkey was a different country than compared to what it is now. But does the present Turkey want to join the EU? Well, before talking about the phones, we need three things. We need a special economic relationship with Turkey, which means the customs improved customs relationships. This can happen with other faraway states, Central America or whatever. So in this case, we will have geopolitical security provisions in our case. Shouldn't this be properly planned? Today, are you aware of the fact that as the customs union regulation provides, we cannot stop products coming from Turkey because Turkey will appeal to the WTO and they will be vindicated. So we need a new instrument in order to safeguard our sovereign right, both in Greece and in Cyprus. So what you're saying is that we should keep Turkey close to the West. Listen, economically speaking, Turkey depends on the West. Looking at their economy, they are completely dependent on the West. And what I'm proposing is for this dependency to make this dependency a tool in order to achieve some things. Just a minute. We are both NATO members. So what's the solution? European security is the solution. So, but Europe is divided. Is this an attractive Europe that is unable to agree on basic issues such as defense? For instance, the new NATO Secretary General, Mark Rutte, just said that we're not prepared for what is about to come in 4 or 5 years. We cannot even agree on whether the defense expenditure will be borne by each member state individually or whether there is going to be a common loan. Listen, the U.S. leadership and U.S. and NATO leadership exercise pressure on the EU to increase defense spending. This is not something new. What I'm saying is we are a NATO member. Do we want to wash our hands? No. We want the Union. We have the euro. We have common interests. So we want the EU to be able to achieve deterrence, which means we need to strengthen our common foreign policy, to forget the consensus as regards sanctions. And there has been much discussion about what we are doing with the veto. Veto as regards the accession of a country is one thing, but issues regarding sanctions or tax issues, we should not need a consensus. We are not a tax haven or anything else. So it is in our interest to be able to have flexible means to achieve certain things. So a single foreign policy goes through that as well. Euro army, joint armaments programs. There are many approaches in Europe. I was vice president of the Defense and Security Committee of the European Parliament. Before Ukraine, European governments were not willing to listen, but now they understand that Europe should acquire its own security structures and border defense structures as a complement to what exists in NATO. The Estonians, the Finns, the Lithuanians, we, the Cypriots, all the countries of the periphery are obliged to pay from their taxpayers' money, and instead of paying for education and public health, to spend on defense. No, this is not European solidarity. So we socialists have repeatedly said that we should exercise solidarity as regards security through the European army. This is something where we should work because there is a possibility to achieve it. And finally, the arms, domestic, internal and external. Internal arms sales and external arms sales. There must be rules and regulations. So Turkey should not be a threat to Cyprus, security threat, and then there will be no rules for Greece to be buying weapons from the same suppliers. The only entity that benefits from that is the seller, those who sell the armaments. We are unable to promote our sovereign rights, so we need to have a framework. I was one of those who promoted in the European Parliament the issue of to include something in relation to security in the agreements with third states. We need to understand that we are the head of Africa and the nose of Asia. Whatever happens there, it is not going to cost to the Americans. They are surrounded by two oceans. We will suffer immediately. So, bearing in mind all that, plus the emerging threats, instability, terrorism, etc. Do we have a role, and are we able to decide whether Syria is going to become a republic or an Afghanistan? No. Here, there are issues around. This is the only issue that is being discussed in Europe.
What about Trump's election? Do you think that's going to affect Greek-US relations, and how? Because we've seen, if this is a first indication, that we have two diplomats appointed to Athens and Ankara that have no diplomatic experience. And we see that the previous one didn't have a diplomatic experience, but he did very well indeed. Is that a change of tack in terms of US diplomacy in our region, or that the Department of State is losing ground vis-à-vis Trump personally? So we see that there were certain neo-Trumpists in Greece after the election of Trump. So let us ask these neo-Trumpists how they see these choices vis-à-vis our country. I believe, I said this also in 2016, that Trump's election is, unfortunately, a negative development for the whole of mankind, because we see the most powerful country in the world having a leadership that's, in fact, assaulted democracy. Imagine if we now had, as a Prime Minister, somebody who would organise an attack on the Greek Parliament. This is how things are. He's not interested in the climate change and whatever this means in relations to Putin and Erdogan. I'm saying something that's simple.